There was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. And damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight. Don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase. So catch me if I fall. Praying that this night's gonna last. You got it all on tap, I'm loving your vibe, always have your back. We like all the same tracks, listen all night in the sheets all black. Said I'm falling fast, don't remember life before you, that's fact. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight. Don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase. So catch me if I fall. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see. Whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck, everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck. Can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it, I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret and frenemies. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
yeah, I can do it. And you've got to keep your opponent down. You must pound them with the high scores. And the main thing, finishing. That is the main thing.
Let me ask you a little bit more in detail of what your assessment of Leonard Gates and Richie Howson over the tournament so far, because I would say both have acquitted themselves really well. Leonard Gates, first of all, he's the Texan that's got the moves for sure. His walk on is really cool, and he throws some great sequences.
I'll tell you what, he's a really good dart player, that guy. It's the first time I've seen him in the PDC, but that was really, the performance he's put on over these few days is amazing. The thing I like about him, he can score good, but his finishing is absolutely deadly. His finishing is really, really good, and that you've got to get in front of him so he doesn't get a finish. That's the hardest thing.
And what I like about the Seniors Tour, Richie Howson had a career on the main circuit. He had a real old go. It didn't quite work out for him, but then the Seniors Tour has been formed. As Richie might have thought his career is starting to drop off, the Seniors Tour comes along, and he's taken to it in the Open qualifiers. He's winning everything. He's so consistent, and then he brings that as well onto the TV stages. I think his game has been terrific.
He's a real nice person as well.
True.
And he's a really, really good dart player. But he's got to get in front of Gates.
Yeah.
Can't give him too many shots, because Gates will take he will do it.
Yeah.
And he's got that ability. Doesn't look like he's trying.
Okay.
It's frightening.
Are you ready, Bob?
I was born ready, Raymond.
You're born ready. Okay, here we go.
Gates, who has produced some excellent stuff, particularly in the finishing department. Howson having to try and forget the amazing feat that he produced this afternoon when he fulfilled his darting dream of defeating the great Phil Taylor. Full focus on the final four. I'm Chris Murphy. Matthew Edgar joins me to guide you through the last three matches of the World Seniors Darts Championship 2023.
Take your pick. Who wins this one? Any one of the four. And it's not going to take long to get our first maximum of the evening. We was treated to plenty of maximums this afternoon. Leonard Gates firing one of the best maximum hitting so far we've seen of anybody in this whole campaign. But you mentioned about all the different places in which Leonard Gates has played this year. All those different World Championships. He also played in New York at Madison Square Garden earlier on this year, where he won the North American Championship, beat two PDC Tour card holders en route, and also the Seniors Masters champion in David Cameron.
Yeah, having the year of his starting life, and I think that could be said for both players now that Howson has gone on to reach the last four of this tournament after a real enjoyable appearance here last year.
100.
He himself did reach a senior semi-final, losing it to David Cameron at the Masters, which denied him a tilt at Taylor. An opportunity that he got and took this afternoon.
140. Michuka 121.
Kickstart his semi-final campaign. Had a maximum to open it. Can he end with the 1-2-1? He's not even going to attempt it. It's interesting, he said he had an enjoyable appearance here last year. I don't think if you have Richie Howson, he'd say it was too enjoyable. If you remember, that was a game when he lost to Martin Adams, and Martin Adams just kept taking the 150s, the 160s.
Yeah, that was
140. Michuka 71.
to take game for Howson, who qualified for that, but did have a win before that. Will he win the first leg in this one? Dangerous
55.
to leave Leonard Gates on these combo finishers. He's been taking them out for fun in this tournament.
There's a man who's having lots of fun. Fun on the board, fun off the board.
He
He finds it fun taking finishers out. He's having a whale of a time.
Game on.
There's a big win last year for Howson was against Darryl Fitton in the first round. Fitton, who of course was a man that this man conquered
100.
in a fantastic quarter-final. In fact, all four quarter-finals really delivered this afternoon.
Yeah, a really good afternoon of action. We'll get to see who's managed to use their time in between well.
45.
Referenced Richie Howson, lives just down the road, but he's booked into that hotel nearby because he wants that vibe and that sort of being away feel rather than being at home. I wonder if he took that one step further and maybe had a couple hours in bed this afternoon. We've seen that tactic deployed by a few people at the UK Open, where you've got like a morning session and then an evening session, and it just gives you that impression, trying to trick the body into I've just got up and now it's a new day and a new challenge, rather than I've got to get back on it again a little bit later on.
Certainly put Taylor to bed.
38.
Passed up an early opportunity in this one. Holding all the aces in the opening leg, but a rare lacklustre score from Leonard Gates has just
83.
opened the door a little bit for Howson as he bids to break back. 10 points in it after 9 darts each.
140.
Leonard Gates there, hitting a 140 to leave 163. Should really have been switching.
Don't be surprised if you see that a little bit more throughout his campaign. He has been known to get a little bit wrong on the math side of things.
It has seemed a little bit better in the last couple of rounds, I have to say, certainly right at the end of legs. We haven't seen him doing things like he did in the first round, going for the wrong double entirely.
I have a theory on that, which I'll tell you about in the next leg.
100.
And I have a theory on why Matt's going to tell you about it in the next leg. That's because he thinks this one is almost over. Let's see if he's right. It's not Gates that is going to take it right now. He's going to leave it handy.
Issue car 113.
Howson with a chance to break straight back.
Finds the treble 20 with the first dart. That'll give him a dart at tops.
73.
A well-thrown dart.
Vladimir Advance
But doesn't
6.
find the reward, so we go to the very opposite side of the board. We've been north, we're now going south with a double three.
Finish on the second
And
leg.
Leonard Gates is dishing up to Howson what Phil Taylor did, starting off
Game on.
early. Taylor took the first 4 legs before Howson ran away with that game and won it 3-1.
Yeah, it's been a decent tactic really today, hasn't it?
95.
Mark Durbridge won the first 5 against Kevin Painter before the artist brushed him aside. Back to your theory on the Gates
60.
counting.
Yeah, I've got this theory that, well, dart players, what we tend to do is we know things by patterns and blocks. For example, a 1-2-2 finish. You know it's a treble, a single, and a ball, or you know what the trebles lead you to. Now, I think he's hitting what he wants to do, which is proven within the stats. The problem comes when he comes off of those patterns and off of those lines,
59.
and then he's now got to start working out the numbers. What have I scored? What have I left? Rather than just, I need one of those trebles and one of those doubles, or this single.
Yeah, the stats certainly back that up, because his first performance was by far his worst
99.
performance. Leonard Gates averaging 85 to get the better of Tony O'Shea. Since then, he's averaged 10 points more than that in both of his wins against Martin Adams and Daryl Fitton.
140. Issue car 167.
May stay there. We saw this earlier on. Not interested in any fancy finishers. He just wants to get leg 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of success in this area of the board earlier on today. He was always trying to leave that double 16. And the way his darts sit, it's one of those that if he
100.
misses outside, it actually works out quite well for him, because he can build and stack onto that double 16.
Game shot.
He doesn't need to build and stack onto it, he can go straight on top, but you'll see there Richie Howson's dart lands quite flat in the board. Now, for a player who throws that sort of dart going at a target like tops, if he sits it on the top wire like he did on that 113 attempt, it actually becomes a bit of a blocker for the next 2. That is the perfect dart really for Richie Howson to be able to build on top of. That's where he wants it, on the bottom wire just inside the treble 20.
Howson trails 2-1, but he has had darts to win every leg of this opening set. Effectively,
140.
could be a set-up himself.
One of the little spoilers of this afternoon's play was a couple of ladies in the front row. Whatever they was wearing, the person tend to have won. But one of them's wearing some sort of like Viking hat. I can't think what that might be in reference to.
85.
Well, they do respect the greats that have been and gone in this game. Maybe it's a little tilt to the late great Andy Fordham, who is one of the names on that spectacular trophy honouring all of the former world champions that have been lost. And Richie Howson would love to get his hands on that prize, and that maximum makes this leg and this set very, very interesting indeed.
Issue car 140.
They will need 2 trebles to get a shot at the double on this occasion. Be more than happy just to find the 1 and leave himself on tops.
100.
Job done for Howson.
Issue car
Now has to stand
161.
back and hope that Leonard Gates doesn't fire in the 161. He does have the biggest checkout of the event so far, the 164. But it is Howson returning for tops to level us up in the opening set.
Yes, that he will certainly feel he deserves to win. Mention that he's had darts to win every leg. Leonard Gates has only had darts to win the 2 legs that he has won. Tops. 2-2. Two tens.
20.
Right on the wire.
62.
Gates will now, or should now, get at least 1 dart to win the set.
Got a choice. That is neither of them.
He was right in between the 2 choices, wasn't it? 12 or 20. Hit the 5, sandwiched between the targets.
I wonder how much that's a bad dart and how much that's indecisive, because a lot of times as players we've got an idea and we make a late change.
20.
And that just makes your point from earlier on, because he missed, didn't know where he was at all, and he went and threw another 5 when he should have been leaving a double. I think he thought he was going to be leaving 32. Needed a 15 for that. Doesn't matter anyway. The early signs that Leonard Gates is just a little bit more unsettled, a little bit more nervy than he was earlier in the tournament. Richie Howson has turned this around and has the darts to win the set.
And that's the first time as well we've seen that break of that pattern, which again, like I say, backs up that theory of he's got these systems.
55.
That could come down to his time playing soft-tip darts. I'm reliably informed that he's pretty handy on the soft-tip darts. It was actually compared very heavily to Boris Critchlow, who's a multiple-time soft-tip world champion.
He's a sharp shooter. However, saw it there. Wanted a 20 or a 12, hit neither, and then just had no idea where he was. In terms of the numbers,
46.
knows where he is now. He's in a last leg shootout with Richie Howson, who been a strange set really. As I said, Howson will feel that he has been the man in the set, the better player.
83.
And darts in all 4 legs. Gates only in the 2 that he won.
Come on, says Howson. Unable to find a treble after 9. Despite turning this one around and putting himself in pole position to win the set, on the exchange of the first 9 darts,
57.
it's gone back the way of Gates. 100 advantage after the first 9.
Already a crucial leg.
59.
Same format for the semi-finals as it has been for the rest of the tournament. First to 3 sets, the best of 5. It becomes the first 2-5 in the final later on this evening.
100.
Leonard Gates has left himself on quite a famous finish actually here. A finish that was used to win a world championship. He might be about to use it to win a set. His first world championship semi-final.
58.
This is disappointment for Howson, who got himself back in the set. The dart tops for Leonard Gates.
60.
Dart tops for the set. Howson, a set-saving opportunity, but it is a big, big shot, which he can't do on this occasion.
60. 20.
No. Draw first blood. Decides to split.
60.
Well, that was interesting. Goes for double 5. May get 2 darts at the double by splitting. He's only guaranteeing 1.
We say guaranteed in those sort of situations. Things can get nervy. He missed a big 20 going for the 52. And Howson, who was never in that leg, ends up winning the leg and winning the set, turning it round from 2-0 down. He barely hit a treble 20 in that last leg, but he hit the double, and that is what counts.
A great response, having lost the opening set. Gates kicking off with his first max of the match, his 7th of the tournament.
59.
One thing I'm sort of expecting from both these fixtures tonight, a lot of 180s.
100.
Robert Thornton hit 4 in his first 4 legs earlier on, and he also had a 171 and a 174. .140 column there for Leonard Gates, really catches the eyes. 5 140s there in that opening set.
Taken ahead from Gates with that dart that just drifted, but he's in a good position. I would think Gates will go for this, whatever. We did see him take out 1-2-2. He goes for his shots. But the bullseye.
101.
And for me, that is further evidence to that theory that he just knows the patterns of play for the finishers. Not a bit of time on his hands this time.
140.
Make that a bit less time on his hands.
It's a similar kind of finish to the one we saw steal the opening set for Howson. So double 4 may have to go. It does go. Just like he did in the opening set. Leonard leads after a leg in the second.
Be no surprise for me to tell you that Richie Houghton is the last qualifier standing. There was 8 qualifiers in total playing in this event. That being through one-day qualifications, the money list order of merit and the rankings on the World Seniors Tour. 8 qualifiers came and Richie Houghton the last man standing. When you get to the semi-final stage and there's a qualifier still in, it's probably the least surprising thing you'll hear all night.
100.
We'd be hoping to qualify for the World Seniors event, the new televised event, which takes place next month. The Champion of Champions in Blackpool. And between the semis and final tonight, the remaining players will be announced for that tournament. Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver, Robert Thornton and David Cameron already in it.
140.
Couple more invitations, and of course there is a golden ticket qualifier the day before that event. The event takes place at the end of March, 25th and 26th of March to be exact.
99.
Howson will be hoping to avoid that golden ticket qualifier and get an invite by maybe winning this tournament, in which case he'd have to be in, wouldn't he?
Yeah, if the Seniors World Champion's not already in the event,
100.
there'll be a few raised eyebrows on that one.
22.
Is that 1-2-2? We saw him take it out when he didn't need to the other day. Might have needed to then.
96. Richie O'Connor, 61.
Options for Howson. Starting to see this a lot more now. Players staying away from the 25 because there's a likelihood you can slip into the bullseye. And Richie Howson prefers that 16 and 8 section of the board. So absolutely right there to go for the 15s. The treble gives him the dart of the double 8. The single gives him the option of 14 for double 16. Again, allows him to stay in that preferred section of the board
100.
rather than having to chase something around by hitting the bullseye, because what do you do in that situation? Are you throwing at the bullseye and hoping to miss, or are you trying to get this target that's in between targets, sandwiched between a miss and a miss?
100.
Starting to sound like Bobby George already. He's not a fan of those bullseye routes, and for the reasons you just explained. Not just that, the other thing is if you miss outside the 25, you can hit absolutely anything, can't you?
Yeah, it takes it away from you sometimes of being able to leave the shot that you want to leave, and we can already tell where Richie Howson wants to be. He wants to be in that 16s and the 8s area.
100.
Most people who have this flat landing dart do prefer the sides of the board rather than the highs or the lows.
100.
Wasn't quite happy on approach there. Richie Howson took a slight step back, shook his head, maybe re-gripped the dart.
59.
Yeah, we saw earlier on, didn't we, when he's taken on Phil Taylor. A couple of his throws, very wayward, and the dart's going in at a different angle, and that was just the grip and the release of the dart, and not to be rushed, not to repeat those situations. So, well done to Richie Howson. That's showing composure, which he's going to gain more and more of the more he's playing on these big stages.
114.
Could have made the decision there to switch to the bullseye that Sectioney avoids on finishers, but might have been a wiser choice there, because he'd be on a 2-darter if he did hit the 25 or the bull.
114. Richie Car 102.
This first one in, he'll be able to go to his favourite section of the board. The only way he's going to get there now is if he utilises the bull. Instead, he uses a treble 14 for top.
Game shot the third leg. Richie Howson.
The composure of Richie Howson is to be admired.
Richie into the first. Game on.
All of the stats before this match were pointing towards Leonard Gates being the dominant force in the match, the aggressor. Yes, he let the first set slip, but Howson missed opportunities in all of those legs that he lost. It's very, very evenly matched. Howson has stuck, at this point, 5 points on his tournament average. Gates has lost 5 points on his average from his last 2 matches.
114.
It's interesting when we talk about the stats and say that the stats suggested that Leonard Gates probably should have been the favourite, but actually coming into the match, the favourite was Richie Howson. When you talk about experience at this sort of stage and what they've done, Leonard Gates has played a lot more stage games than Richie Howson over the last 12 months in the biggest arenas. He won, like we mentioned earlier, in Madison Square Garden, winning that PDC North American Championship, an event that qualified him for the World Championship, where he went and won a game against Gert Nenches. It qualified him for the Grand Slam of Darts as well. 3 games
100.
on TV there in his group stages. He played in the World Series finals, played in the World Series event itself.
Yeah, he's earning a few pounds over this side of the Atlantic, isn't he, Leonard Gates?
60.
Probably loves it over here now. We have seen people relocate before. Very recently, Danny Banks relocated over here from America to have a crack at the PDC Tour. Leonard Gates might have gone down the same road in 2022. He went to Q School himself. Didn't get a tour card despite averaging 95.
100. Richie Car 118.
Well, this is for Richie Howson to double his lead in sets. Treble 20 would leave double 19. Leonard Gates
82.
Get the
Richie Car
chance.
116.
to break the throw and then throw for the set himself.
He will get the chance at tops. Richie Howson nods along in the background. He expected that to go in. And Richie Howson, you was correct. Leonard Gates levels it up. 2 apiece in this set, the same as the last set. We're going all the way to a deciding leg.
That has been such a strength. The soldier in this tournament, the highest checkout success rate of all of the 4 semi-finalists, running at 44%.
We expected this one to be close, but so far it's been closer than even expected. Both sets go in the distance, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is a game where every single set does this, where every set goes to a deciding leg. That's going to give us little mini stories throughout this match.
60.
Great start from Howson, but then comes up dry his second visit.
57.
Gates has only found one treble in his first 9 darts of this crucial leg. More important for him, you'd have to say, than Howson, because if Gates loses this, he's got a mountain to climb.
You know, you'll see on your graphic in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen there that this is a first to 3 sets match. There's a lot of work to be done. If you could go 2-0 down, but Leonard Gates has none of it. Fires in his second maximum of the game, and there's that word again, timing.
78.
Perfectly timed.
Manager car 104.
Maximum. Was forced a mistake from Howson. This can still be done, but doesn't have to go for it. Treble 17 ball, if he so wishes.
40.
He's been hoping to leave something a little bit more handy there, because if he can't find a treble with the first dart, he's only going to get the 1 dart at the double here for the set, and Howson is going to pile on the almightiest of pressures.
It was actually, we know that Gates isn't the most advanced counter. There was actually the option of bull there, wasn't it? 25 leaves 59, only 5 fewer, but guarantees 2 darts at double. He's getting 2 darts anyway. Howson nods, Howson knows, Gates levels the match. It is a really intriguing.
Semi-finals bringing you tonight. Richie Howson taking on Leonard Gates. A game that we expect to be tight and expect to be close. 1-1 in sets, 5-5 in legs. Nothing to split the pair between the averages. Nothing to split the pair on the doubles.
A really close game of darts. Leonard Gates won the first couple of legs in the match, but Howson hit back, winning the next 3 to take set 1. Despite Gates missing darts to win the decider. And Howson himself passed up an opportunity. Every single leg they've been neck and neck. And it's been actually decent stuff as well. The first set decider was a bit of a mess on the outer ring. Got 24 darts, but everything after that, the next 4 legs were all completed in 5 visits to the hockey.
123.
But again, we got that tense decider, which we might keep getting set after set here.
It's kind of what I'm expecting between these two. Both of them have raised their tournament average in relation to their 12 monthly seasonal averages. Richie Howson
60.
around about the 85 mark for the 12 months, so he's more like the 86 for this tournament. Leonard Gates the 88.5, where he's up by 92 for the tournament. So
60.
both players really bringing their best here, and they've raised it again. We know semi-finals aren't about stats
85.
and averages, they're about those crucial key moments. And so far, we've had 2 of them already, those last leg shootouts. They've been split 1 apiece.
100.
Could get a match where we see the full quarter of legs played, right down to a sudden death leg.
180.
Could be playing almost as many legs in this match, Leonard Gates, as he's played in the rest of the tournament. What a visit that was from Howson.
100. Richie McCarr 53.
His 3rd max of this match to leave himself on a 2-darter.
And that's what I was saying about earlier. A player like Richie Howson, the flat dart, doesn't want that top wire, because you saw there as he hit the dart and it just deflected down into the big 20. The mini opportunity for Gates. 90 left.
Well, this could be tricky for Lenny. Asking the referee the right thing to do. And for treble 18 for the double.
89.
I had a feeling he might have tried to use the ball again there due to that soft tip background.
Game shown first leg.
No harm
Richie
done. The
Howson.
misses at tops
Take
by
back
Howson.
Leonard to throw first.
Comes back, takes out
Game on.
tens. Very small advantage, perhaps, in Richie Howson. Say when he was on 53 there, he'd maybe trying to leave something like double 18 rather than top. Would that be fair to
125.
say?
Yes and no. I think yes in the fact of how his darts lie, he'll probably have a slight advantage in the lay of the dart. But no in the fact if he comes inside, I can imagine he'd want to split the 18 rather than go, I think he'd go 2 double 8, so he'd end up burning darts in the future combinations.
There are reasons why some players prefer
100.
certain doubles to others. No doubt about which one Robert Thornton prefers, and he was mustard on it. Has been all tournament. Won his brilliant quarter-final showing against Neil Duff on it, and he faces Kevin Painter in the 2nd semi-final tonight. A repeat of their meeting at the same stage last year.
60.
Well, I'm doing it anyway. I'm stating the obvious. was going to say Robert Thornton won that game. Of course he did. He won the title. And then I was going to bail out of it and not do it, but then I did it anyway.
57.
You get used to stating the obvious.
A
140.
little bit of aggression there from Leonard Gates, not something that I think I've ever seen.
Focus on Leonard Gates, isn't he? You can see it in his eyes.
Under your card 76.
Oh man, what's this title?
This is, again, where things can go wrong. It's 61 remaining, so 11 should be the shot here for the bullseye.
43. Richie O'Connor 122.
Richie Howson, we're hoping to at least get a dart at the bullseye, but if he's going to do that, he needs to find one of these treble 18s. Treble 20. It was quite a happy accident, really, because if he'd gone in the single 4, he wouldn't have had the opportunity at the treble 20. Leonard Gates, chance to hold his throw, double 16. The level is up once again.
Game shot the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Gates
The leg
Gates
Richie
takes.
throws first. Game on.
is all square in sets and legs.
I
was having a look at the social media of the players before this started, and one thing I say about Richie Howson's was it absolutely
100.
blown up the message of support after that win against Phil Taylor for him. And in 2023, when Phil Taylor still comes onto the stage, he still trends worldwide.
Well, you could see, we mentioned it at the time, Richie Howson really did get lost in the moment for a while. He felt like a bit of a golden ticket winner, didn't he, Richie Howson, when he
140.
had that meeting with Taylor, something that never happened in his professional career.
You know, I saw that as a game of two halves. I saw it half the game where he was a fan and half the game where he was someone trying to beat Phil Taylor. And the moment that changed for me was at the end of the second set when we went to the commercial break. And he stood at the back of the stage just staring out, and he didn't move. He stood there for about 45 seconds,
59.
but it just felt like an eternity, and that was him rooting himself in that situation.
$58.
In a game where we've not been able to separate them so far, this might be the first moment, because Richie Howson threw first in this leg, threw first in this set.
58.
There's only been 1 point in the match where there's been 2 legs between them, and that was after the second leg of the entire contest. It was Gates who was 2-0 up, lost that set.
140. Under your card
Good visit from Howson.
144.
He did this earlier on in the opening set. It looked like Leonard Gates was going to pull away. But Richie Howson is nodding along in the background. He's done this twice, and both times he was correct.
132.
On this occasion, Richie Howson got that one wrong. And that 140 could be a saviour for him now, because it's given him an opportunity at this two-darter. We're looking at 20 for the bull.
65.
On the green,
Under your
but
card
not
12.
in the hole. And Gates could put Howson in a hole now,
Game shot
because
the
double
third leg.
6
Leonard
sees
Gates.
the American
Both
break the
ladies
throw.
ready to throw first. Game on.
And a star at the seniors who's certainly earning his stripes will now throw. Turn this tie around totally.
30.
Richie Howson was watching behind, and he will like what he sees. Encouragement offered by Leonard Gates.
140.
He's filled his boots there, Richie Howson.
100.
set play format. It's not just how it can change with every leg, it can change with every visit.
It'll certainly feel like it does anyway, because when the stakes are risen to the levels they are here for these two, everything just feels so much more important for the players. Everything just feels so under the microscope.
81.
There's an opportunity for Howson to kick ahead on the front nine. It's like a free scoring visit. That is the perfect dart for Richie Howson to find a 140.
Gate himself needs 2 trebles to leave a finish of any kind.
85. Rishuka
So it's advantage
161.
Howson in the leg and effectively in the set, because if he wins the leg, it will be him then throwing to win the set. Again, not interested in fireworks.
129.
Workman-like from Howson. He cares about one thing. That's winning this darts match. He's not bothered about highlights, clips,
60.
trending
Rishuka
moments.
32.
He just wants doubles, he wants legs, and he wants sets.
Game shown in fourth leg. Richie
Got the
Howson.
leg. Can he get the sets?
Fifth leg is Richie to throw first.
The Owl will throw. To edge ahead, and once again, the set goes the distance.
And just when we think we might have a point that we can separate the two players, when Leonard Gates breaks the throw, Richie Howson immediately breaks it back.
59.
This is going to be an uneasy watch if you're a fan of Leonard Gates or Richie Howson.
It may only be a first of 3 set
60.
semi-final, which seems like a fairly short format. However, it could actually end up that this game lasts 31 legs because of the tie-break rule in a deciding set,
59.
in which a player needs to win by 2 clear. There we see a little bit of a change for Leonard Gates in his equipment. Is he changing back there? He seems to have put something back down on the table. I think it's just the flights that are different.
100.
It's 2 sets of darts he's got, isn't it? And he's tried them once, put them back down.
He does look like someone who's tinkered a little bit with equipment. It looks like he's got something called an adagram there on the back of his barrel, which does what it says on the tin. It adds a gram to your weight of your dart, but it also just extends it a little bit in between the barrel and the stem. Just makes the dart a little bit longer.
What does that tell you anyway, that he's got 2 sets of darts up there? Does that suggest that he is uncertain about something, or do you think it's a good thing?
It could cause an uncertainty, or it could just be something to do with feel. Sometimes we'll see people change just because they don't like the temperature of the darts. We saw the World Championship a few years back. Stuart Kellett put his darts in a fridge.
137.
Richie Howson has looked ice cool throughout this match. And he's set up an opportunity to lead
100.
once
Richie
again.
Howson 46.
Once again, leaves himself on that double 16.
Game shown in the first leg.
That couldn't have got any more in the centre for Richie Howson if he walked down the hockey and put that in the board by hand. Richie Howson takes control of our first semi-final. He is 1 set away
45.
on the 2023 Seniors World Darts Championship final.
So close this game has been. 8-7 to Howson in legs. But importantly, 2-1 in sets. It is still Gates' darts in this one, but he's had a shoddy start.
60.
This could already become an important leg. If Howson can hit a treble or two here, he's pulling away, he's threatening to break, and he could quickly be finding himself throwing that place in the final. It's a strange situation, isn't it? Where we could be 3 legs away from the end of this match, or we could be 15-16.
No outcome in this game would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if we go 3, it wouldn't surprise me if we go 15. Right now, Richie Howson is trying to make it the 3. He's opening up a gap here on Leonard Gates, despite the fact Leonard Gates ran first in this leg. Richie Howson first to the finish. Leonard Gates needs at least another treble to be on the same.
140. Vishuka 164.
Well, to match the highest checkout of the tournament, we haven't seen him attempting anything like this. When he's hit a treble 20, he stayed there because Gates hasn't been on finishers. This time he was. But no treble with dart 1.
140.
Put right perfectly, and he's exactly where he wants to be. All Gates can do now is produce a sensational finish. That isn't going to happen. This could be slipping away.
94. Rishuka
Howson wants
24.
double 12 after 12 to break the throw of Leonard Gates. Got himself 2 legs away from the final.
Game shot the
He
first
chases
leg.
it all around the houses and bags it on the double 3. I like this from Howson here. Not just rushing straight back to the hockey.
Game on.
Recomposing, resetting, trying to make the advantage of the first 3 darts.
Gates was just reaching for the water bottle, not the other set of darts that he's got. Didn't last long, those darts, but it is a run of 3 straight legs for Howson. He's now done that twice in this match.
140.
Everything the same in terms of the setup for it. Like I say, it might just be as well the different colour of flights, because sometimes just changing the colour of the flights just makes it feel a little bit different. I know dart players over many years that just regularly change the colour of their flights, just so it gives them a different visual in the board.
66.
He looks up, doesn't he, all the time at the big screens. He won't like what he sees on the scoreboard and the Gates at the moment. Richie Howson holding all of the aces.
100.
See, as a player, when you do that as well, and you watch like the darts going in on the screen, it's just like detached. It makes you feel like you're not really there. I've employed this tactic myself many times, and many players that I've spoke to have done the same sort of thing. Peter Wright, a prime example of someone who, when someone's throwing for a double against him, he'll watch the screen rather than the board, so it detaches him from that moment. I don't expect Richie Howson to switch for the treble 17 here, because he's been doing this play all day, just trying to set it up to the preferred route.
It's a total game plan, isn't it, this, from Richie Howson? Decided what he's going to do. The opposite of Leonard Gates, by the way, who would have no doubt gone for that.
66.
And it's business-like. He's taking care of business. Could go ball here. Perfectly pinned. The leave double 8.
50. Badayuka 142.
Like the miss. Still in a strong position. This would be a monstrous shot from Leonard Gates. He's not able to do it on this occasion. And Richie Howson, at every possible angle, has tried to leave this section of the board. This to put him 1 leg away from the final. And Leonard Gates is backed up into a corner. He's going to need to find something. He's going to need to find the next 3 legs. He has won 3 titles on the CDC tour. That is over in America. He has won the North American Championship. He needs to now draw on that champion material.
And maybe Richie Howson is proving that he is champion material, because come the semi-final, the biggest game of darts in his career. He's producing his best performance of the tournament.
140.
And he's producing it against a man who, stat-wise, is the second best player here this week, only bettered by the reigning defending champion, Robert Thornton.
140.
I'm not even sure Richie Howson has blinked in the entirety of this contest. He's so focused.
97.
Yeah, at this rate, you'd normally say, I'd like to hook him up to a heart rate monitor and see exactly what the heart rate is doing at this point. But I reckon Richie Howson, he might tell us different at the end. But certainly looking from the outside, it looks like he's not flickering.
Often hear it, don't you, that they might have the serenity of a swan on the exterior, but paddling away beneath the surface.
And that there, you saw the disappointment from Richie Howson after hitting 100. That was because that first dart was so perfectly in the treble 20 for him. He expected to hit more.
55. Richard Carr 164.
Two enormous shots in front of the players here. 164 to win the semi-final. 146 to save the semi-final.
146.
We've seen him take a 164. It's the biggest checkout we've seen so far. This would be his biggest checkout. Just trying to work out the maths, make sure he doesn't get this wrong. It's on. Double 16 for a match-saving 146 finish. Richie Howson was sat on a two-darter, expecting to come back, to throw, to put himself into the final. Leonard Gates, a match-saving 164, but it was, under all of the excitement, just a holder throw.
Yeah, I'm sure though he'll see it as more than that. And the issue is whether Richie Howson can get that perspective right now. And despite the fact he's been such a great finisher during the tournament, he hasn't in this match. I didn't see that coming, especially when he had to dither and delay around where to go. To be honest, the dart in the treble 20 looked so perfect to follow. If he knew the maths, he might have just gone straight for that. Full credit to Leonard Gates for that gobsmacking checkout.
45.
Let's just rewind back to the start of that leg when I reeled off those recent titles that Leonard Gates has got. He's calling upon that experience and that positivity, and he is pushing Richie Howson all the way. Howson not landed a treble in his first six. Didn't stay straight in those first six.
And as we just discussed at the start of this leg, yes, only a holder throw, but the manner of it, it would have felt like a real blow to Richie Howson, and it's looked like he's still trying to wobble back to his feet here. 40, 45 and 60, the three visits from him, and as quick as he got the opportunity to win this match, it could disappear.
Every single set has gone the distance. I'll be extremely surprised if this one doesn't do so as well.
124.
Leonard Gates with at least 6 darts on the 124.
Treble 18 would leave the bull, will probably go for it.
99.
Does go for it. Most players wouldn't. Richie Howson certainly wouldn't.
And it just goes back to that patterns of play again with Leonard Gates. I don't think he works out the numbers as he goes. It's just, that's the system, that's the play.
Look at Richie Howson there. Can't understand what's gone wrong. Those darts so far low below the treble. He's gesticulating, wondering why, how this has happened. Moments ago he had the match in the palm of his hand.
17.
Now Gates is loosening Howson's grip. Those darts missed shouldn't matter.
Now, as a dart player, Richie Howson will hate this situation here. There's nothing worse than watching your opponent miss an opportunity and then not hearing, Richie, you require, even if it's just 170, having the opportunity to go up there and have a shot at something.
4-4 then, to force the fourth set to a fifth leg.
6.
Richarlison has an unexpected opportunity, one that would win him the game. Rebel 20 leaves double 18 again. He's dropped a long way low, playing like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders right now.
As a match-saving shot, this is not easy. It is a hit or a miss. There is no other options with double one. That is 3 missed opportunities to save the match, and Richie Howson, for the first time in his career, will be throwing match darts to reach a World Championship final.
It is a tense end to a dramatic duel, but it's 2 darts at tops, and Howson only needs 1 to get it won.
Guys, don't forget to smash the like button. For 800 of you, great if you could smash.
This is the stuff of dreams, but it really is.
Really is. I would never have dreamt the final, and mine. Yeah, fantastic. So, no words.
It's like that perfect script, isn't it? The local boy bringing all of his fans and friends into the audience, but what a tense finish to that game.
Yeah, it was very tense. Yeah, I thought I'd blown it, and I thought that it was going to make it 2 sets all, and he gave me a chance, and I took it out.
How did you feel when you were standing back knowing that you were about to come back up with darts for the game, and then he wallops in that 1-4-6?
That hurt. I think this stage just seems to, everyone pulls out big finishes on me when I'm on a double, but luckily it's okay though.
You can't stop smiling.
No, I can't stop. I don't know what to say.
Right. Is this right that your profession, you're a cabinet maker?
I am, yes.
Hey, you might be busy.
No, don't even say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
You've seen the trophy, haven't you?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're 1 step away from it.
I know. I'm speechless, Ellen. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to say.
You haven't got long before the final, so what are you going to do in the hour or whatever? Are you going to relax, or are you just going to...
Yeah, I'm gonna go upstairs, have a sit down for 5 minutes, and then just get on the board really, and just keep my arm going and that. Yeah.
Are you going to keep an eye on the next game?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask you who. No, because you'll say it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter. I like Kevin and I like Robert.
See him later, Richie Howson, ladies and gentlemen, as he leaves the stage, and our second semi-final.
Couldn't hit the vital double to keep in the game. Ended up with double one, and it's dodgy double one. It's not easy. It's one of the oldest shots you can hit when you have to hit. Misses it, and Richie doesn't. It was that close of a game. It was really entertaining.
Now, potentially, we have someone that's grafted through qualifiers, earned the right to be in the big TV tournament.
Yeah.
Potentially, we have a qualifier that could leave here a world champion. Richie had just about a decade on the PDC circuit. Victories were hard to come by. Then the Seniors Tour comes along, and he really takes to it. And you know what? Given the reaction, because he lives round the corner, if he wins this tonight, they'll carry him home. He only lives 5 minutes down the road. He will be carried aloft through the roads and the streets of Raynham with the trophy. But do you like the way he is approaching this? Because he's not getting ahead of himself. He knocked Phil Taylor out this afternoon. Yeah, he went about the business there. There were a couple of moments when Leonard Gates, who, as you say, is a proper player, could have come back, but he just wouldn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to dog with a bone. He wasn't going to let go.
He can't. You've got to keep in front of your opponent, not give him a shot out. I like the way he's got 1-6-1. He hits a treble 20. He looks at the opponent's score and thinks, well, he ain't got a shot. Why even go for it? Go downstairs and hit the bullseye. You might as well just make it so you've got a chance to beat them. That's the game, is to beat your opponent. No, not being flash, not big shots out, enough to beat your opponent. And that's what he was doing. He uses his head there, that boy.
Just moving off the subject slightly, I know the hierarchy at Seniors Darts are, as we speak, trying to decide who gets to invite wildcard places for the next TV tournament. Now, if Richie wins the World Championship, he's in.
Yeah.
But even as the runner-up and a finalist, isn't he in with a chance to have a place in the Champion of Champions? He's stated his claim, hasn't he?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah.
But then, that's what we think. It's what the people that are running the tournaments think. But I would like, if he wins, it'd be great. If he doesn't, I'd like to see him back, having another chance at winning a tournament on the telly, because he's good to watch, he's a nice boy, and I enjoy his company.
Well, Richie's gone upstairs. He'll be, as he said, on the board, making sure the arm is still working, as the other two semi-finalists start to make their way down the stairs, and they'll be coming out here any moment now. Robert Thornton, defending Seniors World Champion. He'll be buzzing around the stage as usual. And Kevin Painter will get out there, and Kevin will be giving us a few snarls, and he will live his game in front of our eyes. Semi-final last year that Robert won, How's this one going to go? I wonder.
Well, they both deserve to be here. Robert is... If Robert gets in front of him, it's very hard to catch him. So Kevin's got to... If he gets in front, he's got to keep in front. Because Robert, just unbelievable in their scoring.
Do you find, on nights like this, it's infectious, isn't it? That game was great. Now we've got another great game coming, and it's infectious. And in the room, there's like a little bit of electricity starts to go around because everyone's expectant, and these guys are really generating great entertainment for us.
It's great entertainment. What I like, this crowd, you can hear the noise now.
Yeah.
When they're throwing, you can hear a pin drop.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that for a long while. It's unbelievable.
It's lovely seeing people try to realise dreams, Bob, isn't it?
It's lovely to have a dream, Raymond.
It's lovely, absolutely.
I'll be dreaming tonight.
Thank you. Second semi-final about to get going. Back to Paul Starr.
Howson qualified for the World Seniors Darts Championship in his own backyard, the Circus Tavern in Essex. Made it through to the final, where he will either have a tilt at the reigning and defending champion Robert Thornton, or Kevin Painter, the man who came so close to glory on this very stage. Former Players Championship winner himself, the Thorn. Wore the crown last year and will do battle with the man he beat at this same semi-final stage to take another big step towards defending it. It really is set to be a thrilling finale. The last two matches of what has been an excellent tournament. I think it is fair to say
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That the tournament, having grown, has seen the standard soar as well. We've had some dramatic duels, some high quality clashes, and this one has all the ingredients to be both.
Yeah, I just could see on Kevin Painter's face there on that walk-on. We heard the other day when Phil Taylor first came out, the headline was spine-tingling walk-on. That was raising the hair on the arm there for Kevin Painter's walk-on for me, because when he was coming on, he had this focus and this determination on his face. He's up for this, he's ready for this. And when you in a position like Kevin Painter was a year ago, where he's a game away from the final, and by his words, he didn't perform in that semi-final with Robert Thornton, certainly not how he did in previous rounds, that the whole time he would have been thinking, I would love to have the opportunity back. This is deja vu for Painter, and this is an opportunity for him to go one better and put right what he would consider the wrongs of last year.
Maybe even the wrongs of 2004. Of course, he did exercise those darting demons to a certain extent when he beat Phil Taylor on this stage last year, but he would go that step further by finally returning to the scene where he was so close to being called a world champion 19 years ago, getting the job done. First task, though, is to return that defeat to Robert Thornton. 4-2 it was, as Matthew mentioned. The big highlight in that match for Kevin was a 170 checkout. We haven't seen one of those in this year's tournament yet.
Well, the best finish we've seen so far, 164. That done by Leonard Gates, who left us in the last round, losing out to Richie Howson in the semi-finals. Kevin Painter would have been hoping for a lot better than a 167 lead, and Robert Thornton going to drive home that mistake from Kevin Painter.
Kevin, you require 167.
2 trebles needed for a dart at the ball.
We were just talking seconds ago about the highest checkout in the tournament. Painter had it last year. This would see him get it this year, at least for now. The ball. It's perfect from Painter. What a start to the semi-final showdown. As Painter bid for revenge against Robert Thornton. Well, he certainly sent out a message there.
I think I'll just say not too long ago, deja vu. Kevin Painter took the best checkout last year in this fixture versus Robert Thornton, and unless someone takes the 170, history will repeat itself on that statistic.
58.
To do it in the very first leg is some statement, isn't it?
And then adopts the body power position.
Yeah, Kevin Painter certainly
60.
not shy of strutting his stuff. Interesting, the conversation between Ray and Bobby before this about the Champion of Champions coming up in Blackpool next month. 2 invitees will be announced between the semis and final.
60.
Now, they mentioned that perhaps Richie getting through to the final might be enough. Do you think that the same goes for Kevin?
Yeah, if Richie Howson's in that conversation, you've got to say that Kevin Painter's in it as well, because he was a semi-finalist in this event last year. He reached the semi-final also at the seniors match play.
60.
We're also going to see the draw for that tournament, including who the golden ticket winner plays. So if you're over 50 and you want to play a legend on the stage, make sure you check out all the details of that at the World Seniors website. There are a few good players who have never really mixed it with the best, and Richie Howson is the poster boy, isn't he? For qualifying for these events and making it work.
Well, if you need a bit of inspiration, you don't have to look too far. You're going to see one of them in the final very soon, Richie Howson. You can also look at David Cameron last year, who won the Seniors Masters as a qualifier. It was actually an all-qualifier semi-final, wasn't it, when you beat Richie Howson? The qualifiers tend to do quite well when it comes to the big events.
Robert, you require 81.
Cameron beat both Painter and Thornton in that tournament as well.
Well, that Kevin, you require 134.
Would not have been the intended destination for that dart for Robert Thornton. It would have been 8 to leave tops. It may not matter because Painter, having already taken out 167, wants another one in there for another supersized shot.
He's shot the second man. Kevin Painter.
You just stand there and drink it in. Kevin Painter is on song. In his last game, he started off with quite a lot of missed doubles against Mark Duckbridge, but there's one thing about Kevin Painter, he knows how to put a problem right, and this is a perfect correction of that problem.
This is sensational, a masterpiece from the artist. 167, followed by a 134 to take the first 2 legs of a World Championship semi-final.
Statement darts. It's okay winning legs and stumbling over the line, but this is statement finishing.
140.
It's all about finishing. Mentioned he was slow to start on the doubles. You could say in this one that he's actually 3 out of 2.
43.
And he's just got to get that combination right here, because earlier on in the week, it was the doubles that was a bit of a problem, but he was scoring with so much power that he was getting plenty of opportunities. Now that scoring power, as you'll see from that stat that just came on your screen a second ago, nowhere near the level of the previous matches that he's played so far this week. If he can just get a little bit closer to his running averages, could be about to play his second World Championship final on this stage, in this venue.
140!
Yeah, and in what he regards as his home county as well. Let's not forget that when he's announced to the stage by our MC, Paul Starr, he is Kevin Painter of Essex, despite not living there anymore. Something of a homecoming for him.
Robert, you require 146.
Playing a man who's travelled almost 500 miles to be here.
60.
Painter a long way back. He would have needed at least a couple of trebles there to worry Robert Thornton, but then again, Robert Thornton might be worried any time he looks over to the Kevin Painter board and sees that he's on a finish.
777, just checking it's in.
72.
That's not well, we know the rest, don't we? Kevin Painter is eating these kind of shots for breakfast early in this semi-final.
These sort of shots, these 777s can unravel pretty quick, because 60. The breakdown of them is not pretty.
Robert, you require 40.
You feel like he's got to be aggressive with his first dart. Doesn't get any more aggressive than that. Perfect dart for Robert Thornton. He knows it. He points it out. Don't worry, Robert. We've already seen it.
Breaker throw as well.
4th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
In the first set of last year's semi-final, Robert Thornton ran riot. He won the first 3 legs and wrapped it up in no time at all.
60.
He would have been fearing that Painter was about to do something similar to him.
Mentioned before, there's one thing Kevin Painter's very good, and that's reading the room, reading the situation. He'll know that 60 from Robert Thornton was an invitation to go and take this set.
80.
For the second time, Robert Thornton loses a dart, but this time could be mightily important. Of a wince there from Kevin Painter. He'd have been wanting more than 100 by the looks of that situation. That's why, because Robert Thornton is always capable of sending those placards into the air, those flight-shaped 180s.
What an answer!
180.
What a response! What a leg! What a start to the semi-final.
81. Kevin, you require 81.
That eliminates the chance of going single to bull. Now going to need to find a treble. Chooses to go for the 18s. Unable to find it on this occasion, so Robert Thornton a bit of a reprieve.
33.
Will he be aggressive here? He loves tops. Do you think he may start on the bullseye?
Robert, you require 90.
He doesn't. Goes for the treble 20. It's kind of the safety shot, but double 15 is not anybody's favourite, and that's made a little bit harder.
75. Kevin, you
visible
required 48.
frustration there for Robert Thornton. If the way Kevin Painter's been finishing is any indication, this will be 1-0 to Painter.
38.
First flinches,
Robert, you required 50.
and they were far away. 7 for double 4 for the Thorn to force a deciding leg.
And on the fourth leg, Robert Thornton. Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Painter yesterday was coming back from behind in sets. In fact, needed to do that against Mark Dudbridge in the second set this afternoon as well. Now he's the one trying to protect the 2-leg lead. He's seen that disappear, but he does have the darts in the decider.
But the seniors defending world champion is trying to make his move. Loose.
23.
And the throw of Kevin Painter is under serious threat. Robert Thornton already broke the throw.
See what he was thinking with that reaction, because the first start was perfectly pitched, perfectly placed.
Yeah, I had a flick over and started thinking of the 9 myself. I'm sure the thought entered the head of Robert Thornton. Kevin Painter had a firm grip on this set. He went 2-0 up with those big finishes, the 1-6-7, the 1-3-4 with the tops. But this from Robert Thornton is out of the top draw. 9 darts thrown in this leg, and he's left just 54.
For all of this style and swagger of Kevin Painter with those 2 stunning checkouts to lead, it's been a granite game from Robert Thornton, and double 10 would seal the set.
44.
The only little bit of hope really now for Kevin Painter is that Thornton's left double 5, where things can get a little bit sticky.
56. Robert, you required 10.
Had a vice-like grip on this set, Kevin Painter.
It's
It's almost like he squeezed the stone so tight it's turned to sand and slipped through his fingers. Robert Thornton, the beneficiary, and leads by a set to 0.
Second set, first leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
For Kevin Painter, going back to a deja vu situation, he felt that last year he didn't play his best in that game with Robert Thornton. Felt he let himself down a little bit when it came to the crunch. He'd have loved the opportunity to be up here putting it right. Looked like he was going to run away with that first set. But an inspired last leg there from Robert Thornton.
One thing he has been doing in this tournament, as indeed he did last year, Thornton, is coming out like a train, really racing through the start of matches. And if Kevin steps back any further, Robert will have to ask someone if he can borrow the seat for a moment. Yeah, slow start from Robert, recovered.
Well, it's like he had a run up to that one, weren't it? Because he was so far back. He comes in, finds another maximum. The ability that Kevin Painter has just to get himself gathered, refocus, pump himself up. But there's no doubt that this means everything to him. In fact, all 3 players, everybody came here to win every match they played in, of course, but you think of Richie Howson, the story behind him and his hometown and his qualifier status, Robert Thornton as the defending champion, and Kevin Painter, who
80.
has the chance to become a world champion. It means everything to all 3 remaining players, it really does.
Obviously that extra carrot as well 100. Of that position in Blackpool on the line as well, which you've got to think, if it is Kevin Painter, Richie Howson in the final, we could call that the World Championship final
43.
And the Blackpool qualifier.
Kevin, you require 80.
I think they will see it as one much more than the other. Going to bend one round.
60.
Into the double bed. Robert Thornton Similar stuttering start to set 2 that he had to set 1.
Yeah, Kevin Painter got plenty of time here, afforded to him because of the 180 that he hit in the second visit of this leg.
Kevin, you require 20.
A little bit more pressure on this shot now. Up to the double 5, the shot that Robert Thornton found to win the opening set.
15.
And is this another opportunity passing
Robert, you
by
require
for Kevin
70.
Painter?
Well, he's won 2 legs in the match, one with the 167 checkout, one with the 134, 2 tops. Give him a simple equation and he's struggling.
And he's
in trouble. He's in big trouble. Robert Thornton gets away with a leg that he really had no right to win.
Game on.
And it's now 4 in a row for Roberts.
Kevin Painter will chase him down to the very, very end of this game. He could be 2-0 down in legs, 2-0 down in sets, and he will fight to the very, very end. He will never consider that the game is up. He's one of the players that's got probably the most longevity in darts. First started playing darts in 1982. Made his World Championship debut back in 1994. Just let that sink in for a moment. Think what he was doing in 1994. 60. Kevin Painter was playing and debuting the BDO World Championship.
139.
Holland's found it again. A brace of 2 treble visits.
100.
Certainly had the seal of approval from the fans once again this year, this event. And I know that they have got the players' seal
60.
of approval. Perfect order when throwing. There might be some noise if Richie Howson lifts the trophy at the end of the evening.
Yeah, if it'll be an emotional moment there for Richie Howson. You just sort of see it bubbling under him all day, like he's just trying to keep it in check all the time.
100.
He even actually stopped Helen Chamberlain from mentioning the prospect of making a cabinet for that trophy. Superstitious, don't say it, don't say it.
65.
That dream is
Robert,
close to coming true.
81.
Robert Thornton closing in on denying him that dream by defending his title.
56.
That bullseye would have put him a leg away from the second set in the semi.
76.
Remembering that Kevin Painter went 2-0 up in legs in this one, he's lost the last 4 in a row. So this 76 is to stop that run. Right. Not even going to get a dart. And the frustration boils over for Kevin Painter. Another opportunity comes and goes, and Robert Thornton's got a chance to make it 5 legs on the spin.
Double 2.
21.
And Kevin Painter threw away his last dart there. He should have been in a much, much better position here. Wasn't even looking as he launched his 3rd dart in anger.
Kevin, you require 63.
Well, good here from Painter. Like you say, it was done in anger, it's done in frustration. And now he's just trying to let all that frustration come out and get some oxygen into the blood. Bring the heart rate back down again. Could get a dart. Gets a dart at tops. And ends that losing run. That is composure that is only gained through experience.
Yeah, and it was straight after the polar opposite of composure, wasn't it, from Kevin? Speaking of composure, speaking of experience.
Sometimes it's not about what you do, it's the redemption and how you recover from that situation. Kevin Painter didn't let it lag, didn't let it dwell. But it does beg the question, had Robert Thornton hit his finish,
100.
would it have dragged? Would it have dwelled? Would that frustration still be there now for Kevin Painter?
100.
Thornton comes flying out of the blocks in this leg with his 3rd 180 of this semi-final. 16 for the tournament now for the defending champ.
40.
There will be a break at the end of this set. Kevin Painter will be hoping that they're going in level.
127.
Robert Thornton would like to just go and regroup, knowing he's got to come out. Just find that one set with 3 opportunities to get himself into the final in this race to 3 sets.
60. Robert, you require 54.
14 tops. Now it's his turn to try and compose himself, and he does it.
Robert Thornton.
For a 2-1 lead. Painter has it all to do.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Thornton himself recovered a greater deficit in the opening set.
41.
Painter must hold here and then break. Well, Thornton will simply be a set away, 3 legs potentially, from returning to the final.
When you talk about those trophy cabinets, one of the things Kevin Painter had in his trophy cabinet was the bronze bully. That's where you throw 9 darts and you've got to score the highest score that you possibly can. They'll double it for charity if you get over the 301. Kevin Painter scored 380 on that occasion. 9 power darts worth of scoring. That's what he needs right now.
I don't know what happened there. Was there a little exchange between the pair of them? It certainly offered some words towards his opponent.
80.
Keep an eye on that.
60.
Thornton, one thing you can see is Robert Thornton is almost ready to throw
100.
as Kevin Painter is still walking back past him, almost whistling one past his head. Painter, a man who we've said very much tries to command the stage,
58.
dictate the pace. You see there that the little repair or sharpening of the dart, whatever it was that Robert Thornton did, actually helped him there, because by the time he walked back round, Painter was out of the way.
58.
You say he likes to command the stage. He does love a stage game. Much prefers that to the floor events that you have to do with the multi-board system. And he said he just used to get bored, just sitting around for hours on end. He much prefers this, where he knows what time he's going to be on and he can come in and just get ready for that match. And he certainly came out the blocks flying in this one. But
85.
ever since
Robert, you require
he took that
167.
1-3-4 with the 2 double tops, it's all been about Robert Thornton.
57.
Maybe just gives some hope to Kevin Painter that. He gives himself some hope, but has to rely on Thornton not taking this out. Treble 18, leaves double 18.
74.
That was a set-winning chance.
Kevin, you require 57.
If Kevin Painter can win the set from this position, he will walk off stage the far happier of the two. Because he'd have felt that this one had gone. He'd have felt he should be 2-0 down. Soldiers are very good at reading the room, and he sort of believes in, if you're the first to the double, you should win, and all these different breakdowns that go on within the games.
100.
He really does get kind of pumped, doesn't he, and motivated for every single visit, Kevin Painter. So you can almost understand the reaction when he goes through that process and then throws a first dart like that.
140.
Came onto the stage with a very steely focus and determination, and right now it's looking more like frustration.
57.
shaking his head when he saw Robert Thornton was finding what he was going for. That's something that you see a lot of as well. Sometimes when it's not going right for you, you can start to feel that everything is going right for them, even though it's not a true picture of what's happening.
That's just the heat at the moment as well, when you're on that game and you just want everything to go your own way. You see there sort of like the ironic flick of the eyebrows because he's hit a 180, but he's still 60 points behind and still can't affect the leg.
122.
Certainly not now. With Robert Thornton leaving 40 after 12, Kevin Painter is hoping and praying.
140. Robert, you require 40.
Favourite double for Robert Thornton, and he finds it for the second set. Kevin Painter did everything he could to put the pressure on.
Charles channel on the left.
Position to move into the final as he bids to keep hold of the World Seniors Darts Championship crown. Kevin Painter, who started this match with style, a 1-6-7 checkout followed by a 1-3-4 on 2 double tops. Surrendered that opening set, then lost the second. Robert Thornton has the advantage and is potentially just 3 legs away from a second successive final here at the Circus Tavern.
Third set, first leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Painter would have used that break well here to sort of refocus and recompose. He'd probably gone off stage, kicked himself about a little bit, and then reminded himself of the situation he's walking back onto here, which is the game is not over. We've seen Kevin Painter turn around 2-0 in terms of the sets, being 2-0 down in legs. We've yet to see the turnaround in terms of the 2-0 sets.
121.
The big feature for Thornton, you have to say, is that the best 2 legs in the match for him
96
have been the 2 deciding legs of those sets, both won in 13 darts.
And that's the thing, isn't it, as well, with set play, when we look at this in terms of legs, it's 6-4 to Thornton. It doesn't sound as much as 2-0 in a race to 3.
45.
The other side of that is Kevin Painter is 9 legs away from winning the match. Robert Thornton's always potentially 3.
50.
The perfect dart for Kevin Painter. Sat on the top wire, just flicked up. He fills it up and asks the question of Robert Thornton.
He hasn't got the answer on this occasion.
43. Kevin, you required 20.
Oh, Thornton opened the door for Kevin Painter in this leg. And he charged through it the maximum to set up the finish completed on double 5.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Only a holder throw. But it was a leg in which Robert Thornton had seemed to take control.
134.
One thing we've learned about this year's World Championship is even when it looks like someone's got control of a situation, it can turn on its head very quickly. Case in point,
39.
Kevin Painter, the opening set, when he went 2-0 up in that one, with those 2 massive finishes, one of which the best finish we've seen so far in the entire event.
100.
We saw 2 players, Kevin Painter, one of them, lose a handful of legs at the start of matches in the quarterfinals this afternoon. The first 5 were lost by Kevin against Flash Mark Duckbridge.
97.
Going back to that 180 Kevin Painter hit, when I said that was the perfect dart after the first dart and it was sat on the top wire.
59.
He seems to be struggling with the height here. The perfect dart was that one, and he seems to be dropping a lot of them low underneath the treble 20. You see him mouth wow. He doesn't want the dart that low in the board. He is struggling with the range right now.
Yeah, and I've heard players talk about in the past, that's when you end up starting to throw them high on purpose. And instead of attacking the treble like this, you're just hoping they fall in.
180.
Totally unsettled here, isn't he, Kevin Painter? He's actually ready to throw and then stepping back.
Again, too low darts, shakes the head, switches downstairs.
Robert 28.
Robert Thornton on 28 after just 12 darts, a power scoring leg. Kicked off with that 1-3-4, the 180 at the back end.
No
But
score.
that was getting further away for Robert Thornton, but no damage done yet because Kevin Painter a long way back on the 210.
And like Matt said before, that's one of the most annoying positions to be in. Your opponent misses, and you can't do a
100.
thing about it.
Robert, you require 28. Game shot on the second leg.
He
Robert
doesn't miss
Thornton.
again.
Third leg
Older
is Kevin
throw
to
for
throw first.
Thornton.
Game on.
Kevin Painter, that last visit again, low, and just gives that smile.
45.
You start going low, you then start going left.
Very similar kind of standard
140.
to their semi-final meeting 12 months ago.
For me, the 9 dart column there on the averages tells you everything you need to know. Kevin Painter on an 80,
49.
Robert Thornton on 101. That means he's getting 20 points per 3 darts better on the power scoring section. So when they're coming down to setting up the finishers, Robert Thornton is already 60 points ahead.
83.
Painter hasn't actually beaten Robert Thornton. Coming on now for 10 years, it was 2013. The autumn, his last victory against Thornton.
45.
They have met 4 times in the last 5 years, including that semi-final in the inaugural World Seniors Championship.
83.
Those fierce fighters. Robert seems to have got
100.
Kevin's number in recent years.
And if he breaks the throw in this
95.
one, Kevin Painter fans will fear going to be more of the same. Which is over the 18s.
98. Robert, you require
Keep the shot
100.
alive for as long as possible when you move to the 18s. Gives yourself the option of the 92. But it's Robert Thornton's favourite double
Game
tops
shot on the third
to
leg.
break the
Robert
throw
Thornton.
and move himself within one leg of a second consecutive
Robert to throw
Seniors
first.
World Darts
Game on.
Championship final.
Has the darts to get the job done, to set up what would be a really interesting story of a final showdown
59.
between the reigning champ and the qualifier Richie Howson playing in his own backyard. Could not have been scripted better, could it?
97.
We talk about the Seniors World Darts Champion, but he's Mr. Seniors Darts really at the moment. There have been 3
100.
TV tournaments in Seniors history so far, this being the 4th. Robert Thornton's won 2 of those titles already.
Yeah, in fact,
95.
the only man to have beaten him is the man who won the Masters, David Cameron. It would have been Thornton versus Painter in the second round, and Painter managed to
60.
get past Cameron in a really good opening match at the Lakeside.
Kevin's in big trouble here.
99.
Robert Thornton down to a finish. If Kevin Painter ever needed a 180, it's now.
Well, it was an amazing start for the artist in this game, with those back-to-back
68.
blockbuster
Robert, you
finishes.
require 150.
But it was all style, no substance. And Robert Thornton could finish it here.
135.
There would have been some way to put himself through to the final. It would have been his biggest checkout of the week. Surprisingly, just 115 is the biggest one for Robert Thornton. 15 is what is left. 15 for a place in the final.
98. Robert, you require 15.
7 for double 4.
Game
And
shot.
Robert Thornton is through to the
Robert
final.
Thornton.
His title defence continues.
at the end of March. And what is very interesting about that event is, well, first of all, on the Friday night, there's an open that anyone that's hit bullseye in years can enter. And the winner of that gets in the TV tournament. So far, there are 5 places, decided for that tournament. Seniors Tour will be announcing 2 more places in the next 5 minutes or so, and then there's the golden ticket winner for the tournament on the Friday night, and we're going to do the draw for that tournament when we come back after this short break.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy, and silently, it could build and build.
final is round about 15 minutes away. We've got quite a lot of important stuff to discuss before then. Joined by Jason Francis, one of the creators of the Seniors Darts Tour, one of those at the very helm of the organisation. And we're going to be talking about all manner of things. The Champion of Champions event in Blackpool we're going to do the draw for that very soon. But first of all, I'd just like to get your assessment of how you think the tour's progressed.
I think from where we started, it's been an unbelievable journey. I think when we first came up with the idea of the Seniors Tour, there was support for it. There was perhaps also some people were a bit cynical of how it would be. Could the guys still throw? Were they going to struggle? And I think within a very short time, as you can see from the averages in performance this week and in some of the tournaments last year, I think we've put that one to bed.
Can you get any gauge on how many players are coming to the Seniors Tour? I would imagine more and more are going to the Open events. You run a lot of events. I would imagine more and more are thinking, I'm going to have a crack at that. Yeah,
every time obviously we have a TV event, we see a big surge in new tour membership. So they'll look at what the likes of Richie Howson, Darren Johnson, Colin McGarry have been doing, and the other players who've qualified, and they'll join up. And as long as they're over 50, our idea has been, if you're 50, come and have a go. And you've seen tonight the perfect example of the reason why the Seniors Tour was created. Not just for the likes of Phil Taylor, but for the likes of any dart player over 50.
Bobby, you've been saying all along that you feel as though the Seniors Tour is giving a sort of a new lease of life for a lot of players whose career might have been starting to go in the decline, in tournament terms I mean, but now there's opportunities to go and play in very competitive darts tournaments.
Well, the thing I like about it, if you get to 50, you're not really old, and you think, oh, I've had any chances, I'm a bit too old, and this comes along, you think, hang on, I can have a go at this, put yourself out. Obviously, you've got to put a lot of effort into it. You can't just walk in, you've got to be how to play darts. And you go to the qualifiers, prove yourself, and then you're on the big stage. I mean, that's a great thing for someone who thinks, well, I'm not going to ever get on the television. But there's loads of people out there over 50 that can play good darts. So another one or another two or whatever can play through the qualifiers, get on the stage, and be a champion again. What a lovely thing.
Jason, if prize money goes up, that's going to be very popular with the players, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, it becomes more than just an idea to get on TV. It then becomes a serious income stream. I mean, we announced £200,000 this year. That will be going up again. And, you know, our challenge now is to be able to provide enough opportunities that a few players over 50, either at home not playing or maybe current tour professionals, might go, well, hang on a second here, where am I best placed to play my darts? Am I going to have more success on the Seniors Tour? We understand that the players on the Seniors Tour don't want to play 25, 30 tournaments a year. Okay, they've done that. If we can build this up to 6, 8, 10 tournaments, which are in effect weekends, that can become very attractive for some players.
Do you have any plans for more events in the near future? And might you sort of spread far and wide?
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing. We're the World Seniors Darts Tour, and if we're going to be a world tour, we obviously need to go from beyond the shores. You know, we're already talking about a European Seniors event.
Really?
That's got to happen. You know, there are too many over 50 dart players at the moment who probably by their location aren't able to participate in the tour. So, you know, the next stage of our growth needs to be to partner up with some federations, say, look, how many players do you already have over 50? Let's adopt them as World Seniors Tour members. Let's have you host events, and let's provide places in our TV events for your champions. And that's the shortcut where I think we can move from, you know, the 500 tour members very quickly to the 5,000.
Bobby, you've travelled far and wide around Europe and beyond with darts. That would be very popular, wouldn't it, going to other countries?
Well, it becomes a world. When you say world, you've got to say the world. So you need loads of people qualifying for different countries, and it makes it a world tour. And there's loads and loads of good players out there. America, very good. You've got Holland, very good. Then you've got Germany's coming up with that now. you've got loads and loads of quality players in them countries, not just Europe, but all around the world. And that's what you've got. If you get that, then you've got a lot of people in different countries that are class players. And they're all over 50, ladies and men, got a chance to be a pop star. That's my point.
And also, you know, one of our very quick ideas to do that is, you know, we love the idea of a World Cup. We love the idea of doing, you know, take the top 2 of all the countries, put on a World Cup, bring in these players. You know, you look at even this week, 2 players from America, 2 players from Canada, 2 from Holland. And, you know, as a darts fan, the thought of maybe Mr. Taylor and Mr. Adams partnering for Team England, I mean, who's not going to love a bit of that?
Wow. Right, we've got, that's the new trophy, I'm assuming, for the champion and champions event?
Yes, yep.
Now, this is in Blackpool at the end of March, and Saturday, Sunday, the TV stages of it. But then before we get to the draw for that, and before we ask you to tell us exactly who are the 2 players that you've been agonising over selecting, the Friday night's going to be massive, isn't it? Blackpool Friday night, anyone can enter, I'm assuming, and then when it gets the Willy Wonka, golden ticket to go into the TV tournament the next day, that's terrific, isn't it?
That, you know, the idea behind that is, you know, we'll probably have 150 dart players who will travel to Blackpool on Friday. One of them will be on TV the next day playing against a legend.
Wow.
I mean, you know, that's what this tour needs to be about, opportunities for all.
Well, there's 2 golden tickets, one to play legend and one to get in the tournament.
Well, there you go.
Now, I've got some names that were already in. Can you tell me, please, the other 2 names? So Robert Thornton's already in.
Yep.
He's the reigning world champion, and he might be the world champion again.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Phil Taylor will be in, of course. Martin Adams will be in. David Cameron, Seas Masters champion, will be in. Trina Gulliver, 10 times world champion. Trina's in the champion of champions. Now, then there's the golden tickets, another one, but then there were 2 others. How did you go about that? I can tell by that look on your face. This agony?
Well, we started off today, and really, when you looked at our quarterfinals, only 2 of our quarterfinals were in Blackpool. So you already had to say there was 6 people who all could say they have a chance. Then you look at the tournament as a whole, you look at how well, say, for example, Lisa Ashton played,
yes,
who quite easily could have progressed in this tournament if she didn't come up against Neil Duff, playing so well in the first round. So then you have to look at the rest of the season. So it's been a tough one, and it's always very difficult, but I think we've made the right decision.
Okay, who is it?
So the first one made it very easy for us, and he's everything about this tour's about, and Richie Howson will be in Blackpool.
We got that one right.
We got that one right.
Yeah, no doubt. He deserves it. He's there on merit. Who knows? In an hour's time, he could become world champion.
Yes.
But even if he doesn't, for his performances on the World Tour this year, he's in Blackpool.
And
the second one was tougher, but you have to look at also of who's done so well on the tour. Consistency on the tour, and also someone who's committed and really taken this tour on. And although he just got defeated, we think Kevin Painter deserves the chance in Blackpool. 3 semi-finals last year. He lost the deciding leg to Phil Taylor in Hull. He was semi-finalist here last year. He's got here again. We think Kevin deserves that place.
Fantastic. Okay, let's do the draw. In Blackpool, end of March, who is going to play who?
Here we go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
I'm looking forward to this.
Number 4.
Number 4?
David Cameron.
David Cameron will play.
Number 7.
Will play Kevin Painter. David Cameron.
Number 2, Phil Taylor.
Number 2, Phil Taylor is going to play. Number 8.
The golden ticket winner, Ray.
That's the golden ticket winner.
The golden ticket winner will play Phil Taylor.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Off you go, Bob. Off you go, Bob. I can't see that, Bob.
Number 3, Martin Adams.
Martin Adams, number 3. Is that 5?
Number
Play
5.
5, Trina Gulliver. Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver. I can't see that, Bob. What is it?
Number 1.
Number 1.
And look at that, against number 6, Richie Howson.
So Robert Thornton is going to play Richie Howson.
Repeat or revenge from what's coming up.
So that's the Champion of Champions event in Blackpool at the end of the month. And let's just check if we can on who is going to play who. On the Friday night, that is going to be open for everyone to see if they can get the golden ticket place. David Cameron, the Masters champion, against Kevin Painter. Phil Taylor against the golden ticket winner from the Friday night. Wow.
We're going to need a bigger venue for the qualifier.
That is going to generate such interest. How many do you think will be in the Friday night?
Well, I think we might have to start a bit earlier. We would generally get around 100, 120. That could go huge now.
We need some extra boards. Martin Adams against Trina Gulliver and Robert Thornton against Richie Howson. So that is the draw for the Champion and Champions event in Blackpool at the end of the month, and I'm sure there'll be lots more information about that tournament in Blackpool and the Open tournament, obviously on the website. There'll be lots of news on that in the weeks to come. So now we've got the small matter of who's going to go there as the world champion. So Robert Thornton, Richie Howson. What do you think, Bob?
They both deserve to win it. It's up to one to make sure the other one doesn't.
And I would imagine you're in a position of authority. You can have no comment on this.
We have to remain completely unbiased.
Absolutely.
But you know, the person that does win tonight has played an unbelievable day of darts.
Absolutely.
To play quarter, semi-final, to cope with the adrenaline, these unbelievable crowds. You know, they've turned out in force for us.
The final is around about 5 minutes away. Back after this short break.
Nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see. Whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me.
But this evening and this event, it's very.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into
For the final.
and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear
That the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. That the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it
Again with the microphone. Microphone's broken. I hope we're all well. Make sure you're joining the new darts, right? Someone could just type in the chat if you can hear me better. I don't know if I can do anything more.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear.
In and out. That's
That my mind fills up into a creature.
Right, I'll hold it here. I just hope I'm not talking too loud now because I've got no way of knowing. Hope you've enjoyed the event this weekend, guys, and if you have, smash the like button. Thanks to all the moderators looking after the chat this weekend. You've done an amazing job. While they're talking, all good now. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I've had loads of issues this weekend with my microphone. I don't know why I've got like a £200 headset, but yeah, here you go. Make sure you're subscribed to the new channel, guys. For those that couldn't hear me earlier on, my apologies. We're just about to get ready with the final, guys, so I won't keep you for long. My apologies, sounding fuzzy. My apologies, like this evening, and out the problem with the headset eventually. Another new headset because they're not cheap. I'm just curious, is this sound better this time round? Because like I've got two for the webcam. I don't know which one is which and which one works better. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I don't fucking know. Put my brain in. I'll sort the mic out. I'll quickly run through it again before they pull out the players, as it were. Final coming up. This week we've got the Premier League coming up on the Discord channel. Make sure you join Discord if you want to watch the Premier League. Also, make sure you smash the like button, guys. A lot of work goes into this all weekend. Show the channel some love. Well, I'm just talking, Pecan. Just wait quickly. We'll hear from them again later, don't worry. Yeah, my apologies about the mic. What was I going to say? Yeah, make sure you join the new YouTube channel, the Darts Channel 1. That's where the live streams will be. And that's about it, guys. This microphone's doing my brain in tonight, so I'll let you enjoy the final, guys, and I'll catch you on Thursday night with the Premier League.
It's unbelievable. I'm writing them down 1As, 8, Fit 9, Robert 8. So it's unbelievable. 1As.
Well, we got Chris Murphy and Matt Adker in the commentary box tonight. I know they've been studying, obviously, the averages and the shots, and I think they would concur that over the course of the tournament, it's gone up a level. What I just wanted to ask you was, sometimes when you get into a situation like this, playing the moments, just dealing with the occasion, how do you do things like that? What do you do? Just say to yourself, I'm going to try and keep calm here, because there's going to be times out there when you're on your own up there, aren't you?
Oh yeah, there's no help.
You're on your own.
No, you're no help. Thing is, what you got to say to yourself, like, I play well to get to the final, and I've been winning. All I've got to do is play well in the final to win it. That's what you got to think. you've got to think you're better than the other guy. And all you got to do is concentrate on your own game, not the other player, and then don't worry about what his shots out or what he leaves. Concentrate on your own game. Easy to say, Raymond, very difficult to do. But it's a relief when you do it. It's a lovely feeling. It's a lovely feeling to do it.
It's the final, and Paul Starr will introduce the finalists.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see. Whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere.
And so the final chapter for the World Senior Darts Championship for another year. The inaugural event was won by Robert Thornton, who has thus far refused to surrender that crown of thorns. Trying to prevent Thornton retaining that title is a home hero, Richie Howson, a qualifier, living a delayed darting dream, and now in the biggest match he's ever played. Can he prevent the Supreme Scotsman from claiming a second consecutive World Championship title? Can Howson bring the house down, or will Thornton lift the trophy once again? It all comes down to this, an extended format for the final, best of 9 sets.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First set, first leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Scotland against England, Thornton against Howson. one of them will be the world champion.
And that moment just before this event started, when they stood there shaking their hands in front of the trophy.
60.
I like a bit of wrestling. And there's a wrestler called Scott Hall, Razor Ramon, who said he has a career and a lifespan of signing a certain photo. Every time he goes to a signing or an exhibition, he always signed a photo of him stood at the top of the ladder at WrestleMania. I feel that these two are now going to have that same problem. Every exhibition they do,
59.
everywhere they go, they are going to be signing that photo.
A nice touch, a new tradition. That's what the World Seniors is all about.
140.
And it's a respected run for both players. But they're now determined to take that next step, the step that Thornton did take last year when he beat the great Martin Adams in the tournament decider.
60.
And whatever happens here, this has been a mightily successful trip, mightily successful weekend here for Richie Howson.
93.
He is at least going to be the runner-up in the World Championship, but we did hear as well that he is going to be going to Blackpool to take part in that Champion of Champions due to the great form that he has shown in these TV events, and obviously mopping up those floor titles as well on the Seniors Tour.
140.
Yeah, actually, that will be a trip, won't it, for Richie Howson? 5 minutes down the road from the Circus Tavern. Robert Thornton. That's an interesting move from Thornton. A marvellous maximum, of course. But what's the thinking behind it? To make Richie Howson think.
60. Robert Hooker, 30.
You see players that will deliberately hit a 180 just to get the call, get the crowd going, get the noise involved. But that is the danger of leaving something like double 15. Come inside it.
22.
You can't have a shot with that last dart. Richie Howson, chance for an early pocket picker.
Needs a treble in that segment. Gets it. Bullseye.
97. Robert Hooker, 8.
We'll have his supporters in the crowd. You may have heard a collective groan as he found the green and not the red. Thornton getting the rub of the green and then getting the double 4 that he pinned to Pip Painter in what looked like a one-sided semi-final, but in truth the artist had his chances.
82.
He took a few big finishes at the start of that one. We will see Kevin Painter again. He also is getting an invite like Richie Howson up to Blackpool. He was taking on David Cameron.
76.
Yeah, this match will actually be repeated in that tournament taking place at the end of March.
59.
An extra major World Seniors event to go with the World Championship, which you're watching now. The World Masters and the World Match Play. Thornton currently holds 2 of those crowns.
You just feel the way that draw's gone, that golden ticket, the qualifier position. An opportunity to play Phil the Power Taylor, an opportunity that Richie Howson relished earlier on today. Said it was a bucket list achievement for him, and it could be a bucket list achievement for anyone who comes through that golden ticket qualifier in a few weeks' time.
I think there'll be a few people furiously tapping away on the laptop looking to see how to enter. All the information available on the World Seniors website, social media pages. Basically, if you can hit the bullseye and you've passed the bullseye in yours, then that could be you playing Taylor in Blackpool.
I was going to say Robert Thornton looks up for this, but of course he is. It's a World Championship final, so I'm going to say that Robert Thornton looks aggressive.
Double 10. Strong start from the Scotsman. He brawls towards his friends and family.
It was interesting listening to the guys before we came back for the match. Jason was up there and he says that whoever wins this has had to cope with a lot of things, like coping with the adrenaline, the highs and the lows. Robert Thornton right now looks like a guy pumped with adrenaline.
97. 58.
I suppose for Robert Thornton, he knows what winning this
57.
tournament can do and the doors that it opens, the year that he's had. It's it all again. He doesn't want to be handing this trophy back. He wants to be leaving with 3 out of the 4 Seniors TV major titles.
Yeah, and to remain the holder.
85.
2 of them. One thing winning a title, another one retaining it.
I feel like he's teaching some of us a lesson as
60.
well. Don't write off Robert Thornton. You can't compare Robert Thornton's floor form with his stage because he's just 2 completely different beasts.
98.
Puts himself in with a shout of sealing the set straight away. There will be some way to do it. We haven't seen
99. Robert
Such a
Carl 164.
sizable outshot from Thornton in the tournament, but treble 18 would have left the bullseye. His highest checker actually remains
103.
115.
Richie Wakar 84.
Exactly 1 fewer. Richie Howson's.
Double 12 for his first leg on the board. Over to the 6s.
Game shot the third leg.
And I feel like that's a
Richie
big
Howson.
moment for Richie Howson to get that first leg on the board. We said about the importance of that when he took on Phil Taylor earlier on in the quarterfinals. When you're in these moments, just get yourself in the game, get that leg on the board. And before the game, he looked like a bit of a rabbit in headlights, didn't he? He was puffing out the cheeks, he was looking around. Even though he's been here all week and he's played on this stage many times, it all just seemed a little bit in awe to him, the moment of the situation.
100.
Full kudos, though, to Richie Howson on the route to this final. You mentioned it
57.
featured that quarter-final win against Taylor. Well, before that, he had to take on the man who beat him in the semis at the Masters and the man who eventually won that crown, David Cameron. That was a really difficult draw in his opener. He then got the better of another man who's been doing decent stuff on tour in Andy Jenkins before toppling Taylor and then getting past Gates, who was arguably the form
81.
player. Many thought it would be Thornton versus Gates in this final.
Well, it's not even arguably, really. If we look at the stats, he was the star performer in that half of the draw, only bettered by Robert Thornton, who wouldn't have been able to play until the final stage anyway. So it's not an opinion, it was fact. Leonard Gates was the star performer of that half.
And as for Thornton, Roland Sholton was the first man he got past before seeing off Scott Mitchell, who many thought that would beat Robert Thornton. He had other ideas, a Scotsman sealing a straight sets win. Neil Duff, then the WDF World Champion, before this evening's victory against Kevin Painter. But Robert Thornton, over the course of this tournament, has only dropped a single set.
'58. Richie Wakar 106.
That came in the quarterfinals when he took on Neil Duff. This is an extended format, a race to 5. Robert Thornton is looking at 68 to get the first
68.
notch on that journey.
It is in, so it's double 4. A set 1.
Game shot the first leg. Robert Thornton.
The Thornton family proudly cheering on
First leg is
their
Robert
man,
to throw first.
the man
Game on.
in this tournament. Yeah. To lose a match on that stage in the World Seniors Darts Championship.
58.
Well, he's only lost 1 match in Seniors TV events. That was to David Cameron, a qualifier, so maybe Richie Howson can take a bit of stock from that. Sat these ones nicely in the bottom of the bed. We mentioned earlier about Richie Howson as this flat lie of a dart, which means he wants the darts to go underneath the treble 20. Robert Thornton, the total opposite. You'll see there he's come under the treble 20 and instantly switching. The reason for that is the angle of entry of the Robert Thornton dart. That slight kick up actually blocks the bed when he comes underneath the treble 20.
This final, the same distance as his meeting with Martin Adams last year, and Thornton ran riot in the early exchanges in that one. He was averaging 3 figures after 3 sets in that one, and he went on to win it very, very comfortably indeed. It was a final victory of 5-1 for the Thorn.
Richie O'Connor 161.
Big ask to break the Robert Thornton throw. With Thornton on 160. Got an opportunity here to set this up to something a bit more favourable.
43.
He's not quite happy with that lead. Still left himself back on a 3-dart finish. Might not even get a shot at it. That kind of was the perfect dart for Robert Thornton. Disappointed with that one. He's just hit the barrel and gone into the treble 1. But he's set himself up on his favourite double. He's set himself up on tops. And he asked the big question early on of Howson.
Double 19.
80. Robbie O'Connor 40.
Thornton's favourite. Double 10. A slight shuffle left to open up the angle, and he utilised the barrel perfectly.
Robert Thornton. Looking like he's reaching the throw first.
Already Richie Howson's in that kind of territory that you talked about, Matthew, in his meeting with Taylor. In danger of being cut too far adrift.
When you look at players who are good front runners, Robert Thornton's been one of the best front runners in the world for over a decade. During that decade, it's been mixed sort of bag for Richie Howson. We mentioned that he's had a small professional career. That was when he won his tour card back in 2012 at Q School.
30.
Fell off the tour, went on to the Challenge Tour, tried to use that as a vehicle to sort of regain that professional status in 2015, but it didn't really work for Richie Howson on the Challenge Tour. And then he just sort of came away from big tournament play and ranking play. He did play his county darts for Essex, but in terms of chasing and trying to get back on the tour, I think he thought that that moment had gone and that he's had his big achievement, which was 2 quarterfinals on the PDC Pro Tour. But the birth of the seniors events seems to have lit something in Richie Howson, and he's found something that he's never been able to find in his professional career.
It really is a final that just totally symbolises what the Seniors Darts Tour is all about. We've got the defending champion, a man who had a glittering professional career, winning major titles on TV, never becoming a world champion, but getting
44.
to taste that feeling here last year against someone who was something of a darting journeyman, living a delayed dream. And for added plot, he's doing it just down the road from home.
Robbie O'Connor 157.
Level 19 would have left him tops.
99. Richie O'Connor 93.
Would have broke the throw. It's treble 19 potentially for Howson. He may go for the bullseye. This is a bit more of what we call the old school route, because a 25 would have guaranteed him a dart at the bull.
53. Robbie O'Connor 58.
Interesting he opted for tops there, because he's always been trying to leave that double 16 section.
Game shot on the second leg.
Robert Thornton always opts for tops.
First leg, Robert to throw
More
first.
often than not, he hits it as well. Maybe that was a little sort of conversation Howson was having with himself as he walked back. Why on earth did I do that? Why on earth did I go there?
And I think that's the situation again as well, because the three's just a little bit safer, because it's a vertical line. First thing we'll ever develop is the vertical line, and it's just nice and easy. Just get the weight. If you get it wrong, you could slip into the 19s, the 17s. You can still leave a finish. If he gets that big 11 wrong, he would not have got a dart the double, and I think maybe just went over safe at probably a time when he didn't need to, because there's still plenty of time in this match.
121.
And though it could be a couple of sets clear in no time at all.
There's
a break coming after this set, and Howson may need to use it wisely.
93.
Isn't the owl meant to be the symbol of wise?
Well, he did that, didn't he, against Taylor? You mentioned it earlier on.
139.
And some poor counting there from Richie Howson. The switch there, if he felt he needed to do it, was the 17s. The 139, the 19s leaves a no finish. The 17s would have given him the shot of the 164. He has just handed Robert Thornton a bit of a cushion in this, purely on the maths.
Yeah, no owl-like wisdom on show from Richie there.
94.
24 will be the target for Robert Thornton. Treble 8. Well, I assume it wasn't. It was pulled. But in the end, he gets a 24 in 2 darts, and the top's in 1, and Robert is on the rampage on his...
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck, everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck. Can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it, I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret and frenemies. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear.
Champion continues at the Circus Tavern. Robert Thornton breezes through the first two sets against Richie Howson, the qualifier who's had the day of his dreams, beating Bill Taylor on one of the most iconic stages in this sport. Will the ultimate dream be realised? If it is to be, then he's going to have to lift his level pretty quickly and maybe even hope that Robert Thornton drops his. Matthew Edgar, we said before that interval that the Owl would have to use it wisely. What kind of conversations should Richie Howson have been having in his own head?
In regards to the averages in this one, there's really not that much between them. What he's doing is he's losing the moments. Now, in a game of darts that becomes first to 5 sets, what they're going to do is they're going to cancel each other out for most of the match. They're going to exchange tons, ton 40s, they're going to exchange opportunities where they have a couple of treblers visits. But there's going to be key moments within these games, and so far, Robert Thornton has won all of those. That'll be a shot like a 74 or an 82, or timing that maximum at the 140 in order to set yourself up on a single darter, or a much simpler combination finish like a 42.
It has been neat and tidy stuff from the pair of them. No sign of fatigue in the final, and that may have been a worry. Those at a senior age. But it is a good standard, every single leg completed in 6 visits or fewer.
60.
There's always that debate as well, isn't there? Who does it benefit more when you play the semi-final and then you go straight in? Robert Thornton had 20 minutes.
59.
For which in that period of time it's more of a comfort break rather than a break where Richie Howson had the best part of an hour and a half.
Interesting that in his previous match he wasn't making that switch to the treble 17 and such a finish with his opponent not on a finish, maybe suggesting that he's trying to find something to ignite his charge here.
40. Richie required 24.
Love the way Robert Thornton looked at that, looked down, looked back at it, looked like someone who woke up on Christmas Day and realised all his presents had been stolen.
Aim shot the first leg. Richie Howson.
That's a great response from Richie back from the break.
Robert to throw first.
14 dart leg, the best so far of the final.
Again, when you look at the stats,
60.
we can actually see there that Richie Howson is probably getting the better of the scoring phase, and further, that case in point, that is coming down to the moments. And at the moment, Robert Thornton is just edging those.
45.
In terms of the actual averages, Richie Howson is averaging more than Robert Thornton, despite being 2 sets to 0 down.
41.
Front line average, nothing to separate the two. But actually, in the running average, Richie Howson 6 points greater than the man who is 2-0 up.
You just look at where he was in the legs
36.
that he lost. He starts at double in some of them, but in every single one of them he was on 2 darters at worst. The biggest number Richie Howson's been on when Thornton's gone out is 68.
Which you could say is showing that the pressure is certainly not getting to Robert Thornton.
100.
Just oozing confidence right now.
Certainly a man who plays like this is his manner. Had that air of it last year, before he'd even got his hands on the trophy. Certainly defiant defence of his title.
85.
Saying about this being his manner, we mentioned earlier on in the semi-final that Robert Thornton avoided Q School. He actually pulled out with the very last Challenge Tour event after quite a successful Challenge Tour weekend, and I think it probably got to that last day and he knew the direction he wanted to go in when he withdrew from that, and that direction is to come here to the Seniors Tour and dominate.
100. Robert, you require 79.
Still only dropped 1 set, Thornton. This is his 15th in the tournament. Double top.
59. Richie require 135.
Get up, he says. Drops that one low into the single 20. Be a treble 20 for Howson to give him a dart at the ball. Is that first one in the way?
110.
He wouldn't have had much of that bed that he could see due to that laying down angle of the dart. But it's an open bed for Robert Thornton. And it's a goal. It's 1-1.
Third leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Again, Richie Howson getting a dart to win a leg. Robert Thornton taking his opportunity.
100.
He's taken most of his opportunities throughout this tournament.
180.
And he's looking like he's going to make more for himself. Second maximum of the game goes the way of Robert Thornton. Real Richie Howson's got to get a grip soon, or this match could start to run away from him.
140.
Thornton in the midst of a World Championship final, thinking about a 9-dart finish there. The grimace after missing low on the first dart of visit 2 shows you what kind of confidence is oozing through his veins.
85.
Just look at the position of that green dot on your graphic in the corner. It will let you know that Richie Howson threw first in this leg.
49.
And for the first time in this match, one of those little mini moments goes against Robert Thornton. Treble there would have left him a much more gettable chance and a chance to get that breaker throw.
It's good to see him thinking here, because 2-3-1 is a position that requires some thought. Loves it straight in the treble 20, which
Robert, you require 132.
in the end worked out for him. A couple of them leaving him on 91, but Thornton has a chance. How much can he see?
And that is loose.
Well, we could see him hit the ball here, but then knock that dart out.
107.
Yeah, if he hit the ball and that dart came out, it would not have been game shot.
91.
To win the leg and for the score to count, you'd have to retrieve the darts.
See Howson attempt the ball. It's not a disaster. Still has the opportunity. No longer. So Robert Thornton will return. Looking
51.
at 17 and double
Robert, you
4
require
to
25.
break Howson's throat.
17.
Game
Double
shot
4.
on the third leg.
Textbook.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton is fired up. He's running
Full
away
leg
with this
is Robert to
final.
throw first.
He's a leg
Game
away
on.
from being 3-0 up in a race to 5.
If it was a tournament where you just had the same format all tournament, you'd go through the whole thing. In that case, dropping just 1 set. Remarkable
81.
run from Robert Thornton.
This from a guy who actually put the darts down for quite a sizable period of time to raise his family. He'll be glad he picked them back up again.
100.
£1.3 million in prize money across a career for Robert Thornton, and he might be about to add a sizable amount on top of that.
It's a career that's seen him pick up 5 major titles, including the 2 World Seniors crowns which he holds. This one, the match play,
60.
and in his pro career, a World Master, a UK Open winner, and a World Grand Prix champion.
180.
People spoke about him as a great of the game when he was still playing on the professional tour, but he's actually enhancing his credentials to be called that. Housen enhancing his there. Great response from Richie.
But it's tops for the set for Thornton. This is house.
60.
Robert Thornton loves that double.
Richie require 161.
Hates it right now, though.
Oh, surely not. 180 followed by a 161. Surely not. You better believe it.
Richie Housen.
When you talk about the moments have all gone the way of Robert Thornton so far. That was a huge moment from Richie Housen. A conversion of 341 points in 6 darts after Robert Thornton missed 2 darts for the set. How big is that moment going to be when we reflect on this match at the end?
Also to break, so Housen now has the darts for this set. Has he broken Robert Thornton in more ways than one? Well, good to see Kevin still smiling. It was a disappointing defeat at the same stage as last year, the same opponent as well.
60.
Sometimes moments like that can just knock you out your stride for
100.
6 or 9 darts. Sometimes that's all it takes for your opponent to get themselves back in the match. Perfect dart from Housen.
Roland Cholton joined me in commentary, and he talked about how much a shot like that just gives you confidence. 180, a 161. He can't have been feeling confident before. Speak of the devil. Great to see players sticking around as well.
100.
Kevin Painter there and Roland, of course, both of them beaten by Robert. Roland in round 1, Painter in the semi-finals.
180.
Relentless.
20 for the tournament for Robert Thornton. A 161 saved the set. A 141 won't win it, and Robert will return with 98 to just render that previous
89.
moment, that marvellous, magical moment, totally irrelevant.
And he's got 2 darts. At the double 19, he only needs the 1. And look at what that means to Robert Thornton. He is up for this. He wants to keep hold of that Seniors World Championship.
Full set first leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And it might be Robert Thornton who's going to be signing that photo. That photo opportunity they're both taken at the start of this match for the rest of his life.
Who can stop him? Housen
81.
is a man tasked with it, but it just doesn't seem like it's possible. Housen's playing well in this match. He's doing an awful lot right.
He's averaging 93. 93 is sort of like
81.
what you'd say if you want to be successful and be sort of world's top 64 on the PDC.
The people have won
95.
big major titles with averages as good as or not as good as that.
Housen's doing it and he can't even manage to register a set. That just shows the quality of Robert Thornton, but also
60.
the match play of Robert Thornton. We mentioned about Kevin Painter earlier on being able to read a room and know when the timing is needed.
96.
Robert Thornton is timing everything to perfection right now.
It's still, whatever happens in this final, it's still a great story, that of Richie Howson. It was when he rocked up here last year, defeated Daryl Fitton as a qualifier.
135.
And when he lost to Martin Adams, he might have thought that was it. He'd had his great darting day on the Circus Tavern stage, but no. Kept on playing on the tour, kept on qualifying for events. And here he is in the World Championship final.
Robert, you require 94.
He's going to play Thornton again in the Champion of Champions. But he's not getting a look in, is he?
Robert Thornton. Second leg
There will become a point in this game, if this continues, where Richie Howson will just think, I've just ran into one here, and he'll start taking the positives of everything that has come so far. That moment isn't yet.
Well, that was the first time. The first time in the entire match where Robert has just raced away with a leg completely. Howson with no chance at all in it. Not left on anything, not throwing at anything. Just a passenger.
Oh yeah, because if you're literally turning your TV on at this point and you're just coming in to catch the back end of this game, you'll go, oh, Howson's probably not performed in this one and Robert Thornton's just running away with it.
100.
Not the case. He's been over 90 average for the entirety of this match. There's been sizable parts of the match where he's averaged more than Robert Thornton.
61.
Still hasn't been a single leg. Oh, sorry, one leg. There was one leg that was more than 6 visits, and it was one dart more than that, 19 darts.
100.
Howson produced the leg of the match, that brilliant 3-4-1 in 6 for a dozen darter, when he took out the 1-6-1.
44. Richie require 161.
Don't think he'd attempt it this time. We've seen all day today that he's just laying up the shots, just setting them up with Robert Thornton back on 330. Howson will just
41.
try and get the job done at the quickest possibility, but it won't be in 3 darts.
Well, he is going to have time on his side in this leg. Little luxury for Richie Howson.
46. Richie require 120.
Straight up the line. Building up the ladder to the very top.
80.
And with this situation here for Robert Thornton, we know some players, and you can see sort of in the pace of Robert Thornton here, that they sort of just like let legs go a little bit. Like if they're so far back, they don't want to waste good darts.
Yeah, there have been a couple of legs in the match where Robert Thornton has been in that position.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Over 200 when Howson's gone out. Just resets, refocuses, and then tries to hit big at the start of the next.
I think it was James Wade, one of the most successful players in dart in history, who said when he's behind in that sort of situation, he feels the leg's gone, he doesn't want to hit a 180 because he feels like it's a wasted 180. I mean, it's going to be a non-impactful 180,
60.
but by that logic, he's going to say, well, I get 6 180s in a match or 7, and I don't want to waste them in these situations.
43.
Thornton just having a little battle with himself in this leg. Howson would have been watching that. He's a man who maintains steely focus, doesn't give much away in terms of demeanour.
140.
Oh yeah, Robert Thornton's definitely someone you'd want round the poker table. You ever want to know what Robert Thornton is thinking? Just look at the right-hand side of your TV, and he will show you exactly what he is thinking with his body and his facials.
You know, the kind of poker player that just places his cards face up on the table.
100.
Howson plays his cards right here. This is an opportunity, a chance just to halt the charge. A break of throw may beckon for the Owls.
121.
Took a 1-6-1. The same sort of switch down to the 17s.
53. Robert, you require
Robert
92.
Thornton, he feels going to be aggressive with this one. That feeling wasn't correct for myself, but this would be a great feeling for Robert Thornton. I think he's completely
72.
miscounted that.
He has.
I think he thought the 25 was in. He thought the 25 was in because the treble 17 for the double 8.
He roared. Yeah, it was 87. It would have been.
He's just had his own Glenn Durant moment there. Glenn Durant.
Double 18. Oh wow! Well, Richie Howson's done well to keep himself composed here. Straight in the treble 20.
64.
But he doesn't find the double 4.
Well, he thought he won this leg a few minutes ago.
20.
Here's an opportunity to actually win the leg.
Double 5. We hope that's what he goes for.
15.
He fails to find it.
Richie, you require 4.
Good line for Richie Howson, and he does find the double. And I was just watching the faces of some of the people in the crowd, and they're still smiling and laughing about that Robert Thornton moment. They probably watched a moment there that's going to be one of those big moments on YouTube for the career of Robert Thornton, but he won't be laughing about that one right now as he loses that leg.
Don't worry, you can still get your dig in at Duzzer. No, you mentioned it was a Glenn Durant moment. It was almost a John Part moment as well, wasn't it? We saw that brilliant bust from Party the other day, though he did put it right.
Yeah, Glenn Durant did very similar, didn't he, when he played in the Isle of Man tournament, I believe it was. It's actually Charlie Costerfine, the referee, who called it that day. And Glenn missed the double, celebrated, and then realised it wasn't in. Charlie seems to be involved in all these sort of moments.
Yeah, it was he who called the shot when John Park took out 129 instead of 119, busting on the bull. Great dart mind.
62.
Well, a bit of fun in the final, but in the midst of the madness, Richie Howson has carved out an opportunity to stop Robert's rampage and get a set on the board.
$120.
Robert Thornton needs to refocus here. Richie Howson is starting to open a bit of a gap.
57.
And the likelihood now is that Richie Howson is going to get a set on the board. He's got 100 points in the bank, plus these.
85.
Well, it started well, but he's going to have at least 2 bites at this 151.
Richie require 151.
Tops.
111.
For a 151, he's already had the 161. But is it 2 bites for an owl, or is it 2 pecks?
He's only really pecking away at Robert Thornton right
45.
now.
Richie require 40.
To inflict the only second loss of a set on Robert Thornton. Howson points the Scotsman by his own petard on tops. Just gives Thornton something to think about.
Fifth set, first leg. It's Richie's to throw first. Game on.
That was a set on Thornton's throw. There is a break after this set. Richie Howson find himself just 1 behind and keep Robert Thornton 2 away.
140.
Did show concern not too long ago, saying, are we going to get to a point where Richie Howson just feels like it's running away from him, feels like he can't really get into the game because of Robert Thornton's brilliance and all the blows landing by Robert Thornton. Richie Howson is fighting back.
And he's maintained the same standard all throughout this match. Robert Thornton has fluctuated more than him.
97.
So it does suggest if that time is to come, it hasn't come yet.
Well, in terms of their tournament running averages, Richie Howson has put nearly 5 points on his for this final, despite being 3-1 down, while Robert Thornton has actually brought 5 points off of his tournament average. Robert Thornton, 93 tournament average, you'll see on your screen now, running at the 88. Richie Howson, 86 tournament average.
The big question is, can Richie Howson win 5 sets? The man who, coming into this final, had only lost 1.
45.
One of the master of the moments. Real tungsten terrier. He won't mind a scrap if it does get that far.
43. Richie requires
many scraps over his career, come out on top many a times.
His biggest supporter is his beloved wife Christine.
100.
She once rather poetically described him
130.
as a pit bull with the heart of a lion. And there is that darting doggedness. Robert Thornton with a brilliant bullseye to inflict a blow on Howson immediately. Fabulous 130 checkout.
And that is best checkout of the week in terms of numbers, but could be the biggest checkout of the week in terms of, again, those moments. We called him the master of the moments. Richie Howson was getting back into this. He just won his first set. He was pushing him there in order to hold on to his throw, and Robert Thornton pulls out a sizable finish.
100.
You cannot write him off in any match, but also at any stage of his career. He was a huge outsider when he went on an incredible run to win the UK Open 11 years ago now. Beat Phil Taylor in the final. Thrashed him.
And that in an era where, when Phil Taylor lost, it made headlines. Quite often, Phil Taylor losing took the headline over whoever then went on to win the championship.
7 years ago, beat Michael van Gerwen in the World Grand Prix final in an era where it made headlines when MVG lost.
He also made headlines on that event for a different reason as well, that iconic game with James Wade, the 2 9-darters. We only ever seen 1 9-darter in the World Grand Prix because of the double start format. It's an absolute rarity. Brendan Dolan, the history maker, got that nickname by taking that 9-dart finish. But we saw 2 more 9-darters, one by Robert Thornton, one by James Wade, and it was in the same match.
Just as Howson thought he was getting into this match.
100.
No doubt the biggest of his life.
101.
Thornton going to kick him back out of it. Double 12. Would have been 2 ton toppers on the spin.
Richie require 116.
And that symbol, almost like shooting a basketball there from Robert Thornton, was him saying he wasn't happy with the throw. Happy with the release. Richie Howson will be delighted with tops.
76. Robert, you required 24.
But he can release it right this time. He can put it right. Uses a guide and guides himself 2 legs clear in this 5th set.
Third leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Howson looking slightly dejected in the background there. Slightly deflated. And maybe he's starting to feel that. Maybe he's not seeing that true picture that we spoke about. You saw him mouth rubbish there. He's been far from that in this game. But if that's what he feels, then that could pose a problem.
Well, because of the scoreboard, he's going to feel like he needs to do more. Despite the fact he's raised his average and Robert Thornton's has dropped, Howson is playing the better of the two in terms of the stats, but it's not that we judge the players over. It's the legs and the sets. And we do have a break coming up after this set.
100.
If it does carry on the trend we're going at the moment and Robert Thornton is to win that, Richie Howson has just got to tell him a very simple message. It's now or never. There is no tomorrow. When it comes to tomorrow, this will all be over, and you start a 365-day wait until you get the other opportunity. So it is push, 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 until you can't push no more.
60. Richie require 140.
A rare bit of breathing space afforded for Howson.
100.
He leaves it nice and handy, but not sure he'll be feeling too confident on tops. If he misses, he'd prefer to miss
81.
underneath
Richie
and go
require
elsewhere.
40.
If he gets on the top wire, it can tend to block. But a perfect dart for Richie Howson eliminates all those possibilities.
Full flag, it's Robert to throw first.
And Robert Thornton
Game on.
now is throwing for the set and to put himself one set away and putting his hands back on that trophy he brought down here with him. Just be like the trophy tour, really, wouldn't it? I just brought it down, showing it off a little bit, took it back.
That journey of 500 miles will be one of 500 smiles for the Scotsman.
26.
Made it his business to be the dominant force in the major World Seniors events. Interestingly, he's playing the man who is the dominant force in the tour events in the final.
Furthermore to that interest, they actually pulled each other in that draw earlier that we saw for the Champion of Champions as well. So this will be a repeat, but this will be the first stage when they meet in Blackpool in about a month's time.
Yeah, the big news from that draw, of course, the fact that the golden ticket winner has been drawn against Phil Taylor. So players over the age of 50 can head to Blackpool the day before the end of March. And whoever wins that tournament will take on Phil Taylor on TV the following day. Talk about darting dreams.
Yeah, I've never wanted to be over 50 so bad in my life. Sizable lead here for Thornton. 110 points plus the 3 darts in his hand.
84.
And he's one of those players that likes to call out his name. You'll hear there when he misses the shot, "Oh, Robert."
Robert, you require 97.
Treble 18 to rescue the shot. Doesn't really matter. Howson
24.
For once is a long way behind. That just offers a slight little chink of hope to Howson.
Yeah, that was more than "Oh, Robert" there, wasn't it, from Robert Thornton. But he's going to hope he hears his name very soon. He's going to hope he's hearing
90.
Charlie Corstorphine
Robert,
say,
you
"Game
require
shot, Robert
73.
Thornton."
Well, now he's going to have to go for the 20 segment. The treble leaves double 5, the single leaves the bull. Not bad on the bull. Found it for the 130 at the start of this set.
Richie require
Richie Howson's going to need
145.
something akin to that 161 he took out earlier.
Potential match saver. Looking for the treble 15 for tops.
93.
Robert Thornton
Robert, you require
returns
25.
for a 2-dart finish.
Double 2. Takes him
And John
closer.
Pizza.
Robert Thornton
Robert Thornton.
is now a single set away.
My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, foggy, all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature.
Just draw the attention to that bottom graphic there, the hitting doubles. 13 from 27 for Robert Thornton, 7 from 25 for Richie Howson. They've had similar in terms of the amount of darts at the double, but Robert Thornton hitting nearly twice as many as his opponent in this one. Now, I'm getting vibes in this game. It's taking me back down memory lane like most of these matches have here at the Seniors World Championship, and I'm getting vibes of that 2007 BDO World Championship, one of the most famous ones when Martin Adams was looking unstoppable in his game against Phil Nixon.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
6-0 the lead there for Martin Adams. Phil Nixon started to reel it back, and then Adams just got over the line. The way this one has gone in the start and the feel, and with everything going the way of Robert Thornton, does it continue, or do we have one of those massive World Championship comebacks?
That's what he will be hoping for.
45.
A fair few that have made it to the Circus Tavern to support their friend and neighbour, Richie Howson.
100.
But Purfleet seems to have become a new home. Robert Thornton's palace, and he's moving ever closer to remaining the king of seniors darts.
And what's so impressive for Robert Thornton at the moment is that first dart. He's just getting it sat either just above the treble 20 or in. When that starts happening, there are problems on the horizon for Howson.
Robert Thornton's roll of honour might be about to get even greater.
100.
Even
See, Robbie
the
require
maximum.
100.
Can't prevent Thornton pulling further clear,
60.
taking another step towards successfully defending the world title.
I like that dart from Thornton as well. He didn't get overexcited. We see people in that situation still go for the tops. Put a dart on the outside of the board, then ended up coming back wanting 60. He just guaranteed himself at least the 20 points, keeping it straight, guaranteeing himself 3 darts at the double. That is why he has got so many titles.
Game on.
Robert Thornton, the only darts player to have won TV majors in the WDF system, in the BDO, the TDC and the World Seniors Tour. Played in them all, won in them all.
Well, he's only one of 2 seniors major winners because he keeps winning them.
100.
Look, fewer fancied him this year around than last time. But he's turned up like a man on a mission.
140.
He said he loves that. He loves it when people write him off. He loves to prove people wrong.
100.
And not only might he defend his title, he might do it only dropping 2 sets. And when you look at the draw that he has had and the route he has come through, he's gone through Scott Mitchell, a man who has just dropped off the PDC Pro Tour a matter of 2 months ago. Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, Kevin Painter, who's pretty much in the semi-final of all of these seniors events.
140. Richie
Great leg of darts here from Richie Howson, however, a hat-trick of ton 40s. With Thornton on 161, he'll go the 16 ball route. Gottsman with a chance to hit back at Howson, who took out a 161 earlier in the match.
41. Robert, you require 161.
For a bit of revenge.
55.
That's what he thinks about that.
40.
Doesn't leave you guessing, Robert Thornton.
Game shot on the second
Richie
leg.
Howson still
Richie
hoping.
Howson. Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
He's hoping.
Game on.
But again, I draw your attention to the green dot. He's going to need to break the throw of Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton doesn't need to break the throw of Howson. It'll just be a bonus for him. He'll be experienced enough to know it's just hold 2 more times and he gets his hands back on that trophy.
180.
Well, he has been playing well all throughout this final, Richie Howson. And Matthew Edgar alongside me suggested that when he went for the break after 5 sets, even though he has been playing well, he would have felt like he had to do more. He has gone up gears since we returned.
85.
You can't sit and wait. Tomorrow, this event will be over. You can't think tomorrow, you can't think next leg, can't think next set. It is now.
100.
We have seen big finals turn around in the past. Grand Slam of darts comes to mind. James Wade raced into a lead and Scott Wakes came back and took that one from him. Mervyn King and James Wade in the Masters.
Yeah, King and Van Gerwen at the Grand Prix.
96.
When the stakes are raised, you're talking about a world title and a sizable payday. Just never know what that does to someone when it comes to hitting a match-winning double.
100. Robert, you require 108.
Still possible. Treble 19 would leave the bull.
40.
Said Richie Howson has to break.
Richie requires 76.
We talk about the game coming down to moments. This is a sizable moment. He's got 2 darts at double 8.
Game shot on the third.
He's up to it.
Richie Howson.
He's certainly up for it. Richie rallies.
Full play gets Richie to throw first. Game on.
Now if Howson can hold. Robert Thornton, who is currently a couple of legs away
97.
from winning the tournament, will be back to 3.
And the reason I referenced that 2007 final when we came back on the air between
140.
Martin Adams and Phil Nixon was because I don't feel Robert Thornton, and certainly statistic-wise, hasn't been outperforming Richie Howson to a level that would kind of say that scoreline felt
60.
right.
He needs the belief, doesn't he, Howson? For his sake, hopefully he has it, that it will even itself out.
140.
The issue he's got, though, is time is not on his side. Thornton just a set away from the title.
Having done all the hard work of getting the break there, Richie has kind of surrendered a throw here. It's 3-140 for Thornton. I say surrendered, maybe that's a bit harsh. Robert Thornton has ragged it away from him.
A hat-trick of 140s for Robert Thornton.
125.
And the 125 from Howson does not leave a finish. That is a happy accident for Thornton because he can leave his favourite tops to put himself a leg away from the title. A leg which will see Robert Thornton throwing first. He is 501 points away from his second Seniors World Darts Championship.
Big leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He won the inaugural event last year. He's made a determined, dogged, defiant defence of that title, and he's edging closer towards lifting that beautiful trophy once again.
140.
Richie Howson has other ideas. This is a match-saving leg for Howson and a match-winning one for Robert Thornton. All the chips are down. If Howson is to win this, he'll probably be in this position again at some point in this match.
121.
I just get the feel with Richie Howson that he's actually really enjoying this. He's enjoying experiencing all this emotion and everything that is coming with this. The crowd being so engaged with the match.
He'll be enjoying that call of 40. Suddenly Howson has the chance to snatch the darts. But how often do you see that in key crunch legs of darts? One player falters, the other follows.
You pressurise the situation yourself. You feel like it's an opportunity. You feel like you've got to jump on it.
48.
But he's got another opportunity. Robert Thornton, 40, 48, his last 2 visits. Richie Howson just needed to stay straight. A ton would have been a good shot there for him. Might come downstairs here just to round it off.
Well, he would probably have taken it, a chance, a shot, to save the situation.
126. Richie require 120.
To save the match, to deny Robert Thornton an opportunity at the 64 for the title. It is one dart only at tops, and that is all Richie Howson needs. A 120 match-saving shot, and Robert Thornton goes from being 64 points away from the title to being 3 legs away from the title.
7th set, first leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
For all the talk of Thornton's tenacity, what about the bottle that Howson displayed there?
And the only way to describe that from Richie Howson was world class. When he made that mistake and he hit the single one and he left the 120, goes to the back of the stage, you put your head up and you see 2 darts in the treble 20 from your opponent. At that point, you know the 120 has to go. Starting to find the darts in the board just the way you'd like them.
100.
Howson has the darts in this 7th set.
96.
It's rarely plain sailing in a set, but it is a slight advantage for Howson. And with every leg, with every set he claws back, he just plants the seed of doubt.
55.
And I can't imagine what this experience is like for Robert Thornton when you think you're just a 2-darter away, and then all of a sudden you've got to go back to being 3 legs away. Thing you want to do, you just want to get it over with, you want to get it done, you don't want to have your opponent putting you through the ringer.
46.
Might be about to break the throw at the first opportunity. A well-timed 180 is 6th of the match so far, 10 in total. It's 6-4 in favour of Robert Thornton.
59. Robert, you require 51.
Keeps putting himself in positions, Robert Thornton. Just making sure the flight is in position in the darts. It's tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's
Robert
there.
Thornton.
It's an early break.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Big, deep breath from Richie Howson. Another one of them situations now for him where he's going to have to find a break of throw if he's going to stay in this game. Sort of like going to be a repeat, really. That we should just get a button saying, so I can just keep pressing it.
100.
What Thornton is doing is making Richie Howson work hard.
100.
Not going to give him an inch. Obviously, Howson has maintained that standard for the entire final. Still averaging more than the Thorn.
140.
It's the front 9 that really catches my eye there as well. Just shows there's nothing between them in the scoring
60.
phases. Again, just heightens those sort of combinations. Heightens those moments at the back end of games. Those sort of set-up shots. The one in the treble 20 with the ideal set-up shot here for Richie Howson.
140.
Just 9 darts, leaves himself on the 1-2-1. There's some way to bounce back from losing your throw.
It is world-class stuff from the pair of them.
Richie require 121.
Really high standard, and it's getting better as this final goes on.
44.
Who said these old boys would feel
Robert, you
finals
require
achieved?
141. 89. Richie requires 77.
Could be getting a dart here to wrestle the advantage of the throw. He's going to get 2. It's going to be 2 at double 10. Hold the breath.
57.
And he goes the wrong way. Signals
Robert, you require
the dart
52.
didn't come out the hand as clean as he would liked it to. And Robert Thornton leaves his favourite tops that he's been pinging this whole match. And once again, for the second time in this match, Robert Thornton is a leg away. However, this time, Richie Howson needs 3 to save it, not just the 1.
Anyone's in any doubt as to the quality at the back end of this final? That was the first leg in 7 that took more than 15 darts.
41.
We heard from Bobby George, didn't we, before this? He said he feels like the standard has gone up this year, and this final is just the perfect explanation
100.
mark on that sentence.
Robert Thornton remains the standard setter in major seniors events. And he's there again. He's in position again.
But like the whole of this game, Richie Howson just won't back down.
140.
How much more can he take? Or Robert Thornton gets match darts.
100.
Well poised once again. That treble.
91.
Robert Thornton does indeed leave a finish.
I've seen titles won with a 170 finish before. And Robert Thornton had his name to the list
59.
of players
Robert, you require
who have won
170.
titles with a 170 finish.
Another. And Richie Howson, having
81.
earlier saved the match with a 161 finish,
Richie
save it
require
again with a 167.
167.
That last start for Robert Thornton going in the 1 might force him onto the bullseye for the match, rather than being able to go single to double. Robert Thornton,
97.
you feel, is going to get his first
Robert,
opportunity
you require
to
89.
win the World Championship of 2023.
It is the bull.
64.
Match dart missed. Championship
Richie
dart missed
requires
by Robert
70.
Thornton.
Match saving opportunity again for Howson. He was in this position not too long ago and he found a 120 finish. One more dart at double 4 to save the match and keep us
Richie
going.
Howson.
Robert Thornton has missed 1 match
It's Robert to
dart.
throw first. Game on.
How many more will he get? But 2 more legs to get it done before we open up a new set and move him again 3 legs away.
180.
Sometimes it's not how hard you hit, but how many times you can get hit. Robert Thornton keeps getting hit, keeps coming back, as does Richie Howson.
180.
Class. That's the only word you need there. Class. You are throwing to save the match. Your opponent kicks off
100.
on throw with a 180, and you just stand there and go, I can do that.
Reminds me of a famous final on this Circus Tavern stage.
Is that the moment, though? Robert Thornton would do anything right now to find a couple of trebles. Switches down to the 19s to guarantee himself a finish. Richie Howson needs to hit big once again. Nice switch from Howson. And he finds 2 on the treble 19.
129.
Treble 20. Would have been another shot of the bull for the match.
64.
The bull is where Richie Howson's going to start on this combination. 25 for treble 19. And that dart is very inviting for Richie Howson. And he's just over-pitched. He's gone over the crossbar. And Robert Thornton will get more match darts.
He won't. He won't. Robert Thornton has missed the opportunity, the best opportunity he's had.
57.
He was trying for 2 at tops. He should have had 1 at tops.
25.
He got none at tops. And if Howson can hit again, then it's back to the start. 5-0, 1 away once more.
Let's just rewind the tape very slightly.
It's Richie to throw first.
I said Richie Howson has to stay in this as long as he can, because you don't know how people react when they get into a situation throwing for the match. Robert Thornton just missed the big number to set himself up a dart the double.
100.
Howson can turn this set around from being 2-0 down and pull this back to 4-3. We may be going back to shades of 2007.
96.
We may be talking about that 180 in response an awful lot more. It may turn out to matter. This tournament has certainly delivered. It's delivered quality, it's delivered drama as well. The final looked like it might become a quick-fire, foregone conclusion, but it's tungsten tension at the tavern.
This is just 2 players really enjoying the heat of the battle. Battle I'm sure Robert Thornton has had enough of.
100.
He will want this over with in this set. He's going to do it in this set. It has to be in the next 253 points.
100.
Now, going back from this position once is one thing, but can you recover from being in this position twice? He may not have to experience that as he finds his 8th maximum. And what we said about this final, we've said this final has been all about timing. All the key moments have gone the way of Robert Thornton, and that is perfect timing to hit the max.
45. Robert, you require
180,
73.
number 25 for Thornton of the tournament. Sets up a chance. This time he gets his dart at tops. And once again, Robert Thornton is on top in seniors darts. He remains the World Seniors Champion.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see. Whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home.
The world, Robert Thornton.
He made the up.
He did.
Almost threw it away, didn't I?
Well, I wouldn't quite say throw it away. And in front of family as well that got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to drive down.
My grandkids. Oi, come here.
They're coming.
Where's my grandkids? Get them up here.
I'm just going to have, while they make their way up, I'm going to have a quick word with Richie over here. Oh, we're all going to be filling up. Richie, it's commiserations right now, but also I want to say congratulations to you as well for getting this far this week. You've played some lovely darts.
Thanks, Helen. Thank you. It's a lonely old place up here when you play like a lemon, but Robert was class. He just bullied me from the start, and I just couldn't really get into the game. He deserved winner.
You say that though, you did not play like a lemon. At one point, your average was higher than Robert. Your scoring
There's
was
no averages on the trophy.
But I know, and I know it's going to be hurting
No, I'm
right
fine,
now.
I'm fine.
But you did play. That 161 was lovely.
Yeah, but all the doubles that I missed wasn't though.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm fine.
I believe you. And of course, you're going to have that mindset right now. We will see you in Blackpool.
Yeah, which is great news. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And you are the runner-up here. And congratulations for your week, right? I'm going to scoot past. Hey. Now, yes. But you do say to me, oh, if they go in, they go in, and if they don't... They've been going in all week. You have to be happy with how you've played consistently all week.
Yeah, not in the final then. I mean, both Richie and I know we can play a lot better than that, mate, don't we? And I think there was a lot of mutual respect there, wasn't it? I mean, look at the average here. Almost identical, mate, do you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
We're splitting hairs, do you know what I mean? I just got lucky, mate. I got lucky, you missed doubles, I hadn't, mate. You let me off the first three sets. Hey. I said 3.
I'm glad you did, because I only saw 2 of those.
No, right, trust me.
Robert.
It's mine again.
It's yours again. Now, are you going to take it home with you this time? Because you took it home last time, and then you gave it back because you were worried that something was going to happen to it.
Hell no, it's staying here. You try keeping them clean. No right, man. The amount of elbow and that, it's no right.
I'm sure I wouldn't mind.
It's your wife who's going to clean it. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'll win them. She's going to clean them.
Robert, we're going to let the presentation party come on the stage, and I'm going to leave you with some applause for the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thornton, your world champion, who is about to pick up that magnificent trophy for the second time. Drink it in, Robert.
And ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome your presentation party from Jenningsbet, Mr. Greg Knights. From LB Metal Detecting, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pete Turtle. And what a wonderful 4 days of darts we've had, and we're ready, the players are ready, and now it's trophy time. So ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Jenningsbet World Seniors Darts Championship finalist, ladies and gentlemen, he is the owl, he is Richie Howson. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, receiving the silver medal, the owl, Richie Howson. And here we go, receiving the gold medal, the coveted trophy, and still the Jenningsbet World Seniors Darts Champion, ladies and gentlemen, the Thorn, Robert Thornton. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your Jenningsbet World Seniors Darts Champion of 2023, the Thorn, Robert Thornton!
Real anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving.